माइक क्या हुआ? हेलो 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 हेलो। सबको बैठने बोल, इसमें हम लोग वॉइस टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं।
Guys, guys, yeah, good morning all. I request you all to please be seated. सर सुनेंगे सर, अभी दूसरे तरीके से सुनेंगे। मैं वेट मिनट सर, बोलने हैं बैठ गया बच्चे, वो पीछे बढ़ने की जरूरत है। Yeah, guys, please be seated. I said maintain the decorum of this hall, please.
Students, please sit down fast, please. We can't beat it again and again. I hope you know the decorum of the university.
Hello, mic check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Everyone, please be seated.
येलो कलर आ रहे हैं
Gimana?
5 minutes. 5 minutes later, guests will start coming. All the faculties and students are kindly requested to be seated. Starting the ceremony in 5 minutes.
Okay. The session will be started in 5 minutes. I request all the faculty and students to please be seated.
Kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode, please. And there should be no bags and laptops on the table. I repeat again, there should be no laptops and bags on the table. Kindly make sure it's not on the table.
आप वो रखे हो और ये आईटी का सरस्वती को कौन देखेगा आप देखो पहले लाइट हो जाएगी लाइट जब से जल जाएगी फिर जब मैं बोलूँगा जस्ट मेरे इसके ऊपर ध्यान रखिए प्ले बटन दबाना है
Hello, mic check.
Mic check. As guests are about to arrive, I request everyone to please be seated. Everyone please be seated.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I am Vivek, along with my co-comparer Asmita, extend a warm felicitation to our distinguished guest, distinguished conference speakers, invited participants of Conference on Management of Infrastructure, media persons, faculty and student fraternity of College of Management and Economic Studies, UPES. Today, I am honored to welcome our guest, Dr. Kirit Parekh, former member of Planning Commission, Mr. Utpal Ghosh, President and CEO, UPES, Mr. Utpal Bhattacharya, Calcutta Electric Supply Corporation, Mr. Pramod Kumar Mishra, Head HR, Similis Infrastructure. We extend a warm welcome to our Vice Chancellor, UPES, Dr. Srihari, and our Director Government Relations and Media Affairs, UPES, Mr. Arun. Our heartiest welcome goes to our Dean, Dr. Anirban Singh Gupta. We also welcome our Senior Director, Senior Director Operation, Mr. Sanjeev Jutsi, and we also like to welcome Mr. Ramesh Karunakaran, Director Criteria Development, CRISIL. Ladies and gentlemen, ICMI 2016 is the fourth in the series of international conference held by CONES UPES. After successfully conducting first in year 2013 and consequently year after year, we had the privilege of hosting keynote speakers in various domains of energy, infrastructure, transportation, policy planners, along with more than 500 papers. UPES, nation builders, university, and we all know, offers domain and core courses. And CONES, being the part of it, offers 10 domain-specific postgraduate and undergraduate programs. ICMI is a step to further strengthen the industry-academia interface in the energy and core sectors, developing domain-specific industry-ready graduates. It is also a platform for research in infrastructure and core sectors. I would like to welcome Mrs. Gurpuri Das, former Secretary Department of Higher Education, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. The 3-day conference is organized by COMES, UPES. This conference will bring together practitioners, researchers, policy planners, regulators, professional, entrepreneurs, consultants, and educators from around the world who are engaged in improvement and management of energy, infrastructure, and transportation. The conference will continue its work of the focus agenda, which was first set in 2013 and then continued in 2014 and 2015. The organizing committee is gearing up for an exciting and informative conference program, including paper presentation, panel discussion, etc. Papers are also received from all functional area of management like marketing, accounting and finance, human resource management, communication, strategy, system, international business, supply chain management, entrepreneurship, and disaster management.
It is not customary for us in UPS to start any events after paying homage to Devi Saraswati. We pray to goddess by lighting a lamp that will be richly rewarded with knowledge. Now, I cordially invite our distinguished guest to come on stage for lighting a lamp. Kanupriya, kindly help the guest. Please, sir. Lighting a lamp denotes dispelling away darkness. I request the IT team to kindly play the Ma Saraswati Vandana. Kindly play the Thank you.
Now we proceed with the conference by the welcome speech, which will be delivered by Mr. Utpal Ghosh. And for the same, I request Mr. Vivek to tell a few words about Mr. Utpal Ghosh.
Mr. Utpal Ghosh is an alumnus of IIT Delhi and FMS Delhi. He has a wide experience in the oil industry across functions, verticals and product categories. He has headed the business development, commercial sales function, automotive marketing function within Shell. He was the Vice President Lubricants in the Shell Oil Company. He started his career with Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited and subsequently joined Shell Oil Company. He worked in Shell for 18 years prior to joining UPES. He was General Manager, Bitumen India, Middle East and Central Asia in Shell and a member of Global Leadership Team for his business vertical. He was also the Director of Pennzoil Coker Stake Limited. Mr. Ghosh joined UPES in 2011 as the Campus Director and within a short span of 7 months took over the reins of Pro Vice Chancellor in October 2011. With his proven ability to create strategic clarity, drive innovations and growth, ensure disciplined execution, and deliver result, Mr. Utpal Ghosh took over as the CEO and President UPES effective from 1st April 2015. Now, may I kindly invite Mr. Utpal Ghosh, CEO UPES, to deliver his welcome address. Welcome you, sir.
Dr. Parekh, Mrs. Vivapuri Das, Utpal Bhattacharya, Dr. Shriyari, Dr. Sengupta, Dr. Tarun, Deva, members of the media, faculty of College of Management, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think the kids have done a fantastic job in already doing a welcome address, so I'm not sure whether I need to kind of repeat the welcome address. But as always happens in podiums like these, you're always caught unaware. So what I'm going to do is share a few thoughts about the theme of the conference and what kind of focus should we bring in the next 3 days. So if I would look at energy and the energy scenario, I think energy is vital for any civilization to grow. So since the time mankind kind of scratched stones and burnt a few twigs, I think energy has played a very significant role in global civilization. But oftentimes we kind of mix up needs and greeds, and I think energy is no different in that aspect. Oftentimes we talk about what is the per capita consumption of oil equivalent in US vis-a-vis what should be the benchmark. India is pretty low, etc., etc. To me, those are very fallacious arguments because just because some society or some civilization has made huge blunders and put holes in our atmosphere, etc., etc., there is no reason why civilizations like us, who come with a much more maturity, need to follow them in the same way. Our food habits are different, our weather conditions are different, and therefore we should just park these energy equivalents in some corner and build our own energy equivalents of what is it that we need to give to our 1.2 billion population. And maybe conferences like these are a step in that direction. Oftentimes we see energy and energy policy as standalone things. To me, they are all interrelated. From developmental economics to the subsidy policy, how do you subsidize, etc., etc., are all linked. And if we as thinkers and policy makers don't talk to each other, we'll do our own silos. So let me give you an example. So energy has always been politically colored. Today, technology has allowed us to connect close to about 900 million US, and we have that digital print, so we know who this person is. In the past, we didn't even know who an Indian was. But today, at least, of the 1.2 billion, we have hard data on 900 million of them. And I'm sure the balance 300 million will quickly close out. We have about 800 million mobile phones. The official number is close to a billion, but the effective users are close to about 800. With that, there is the energy policy of subsidizing some fuels. You can get into that debate. I don't want to open up that chapter. But clearly we can target subsidies in fuel much more specifically than we could have done in the past. Today, technology allows us to do that. In fact, while I was chatting with Dr. Kizit Parekh, we were in a conference earlier with the petroleum minister, and my suggestion to him was, we can actually, using technology, and UPS can help in getting the imagery of each house where the person stays. So every LPG consumer, we can actually map that person. And depending on the quality of dwelling he or she stays, you can actually transfer the subsidy. Otherwise, things like income tax, etc., a lot of people just slip through the holes. We know how our system is. So maybe that's technology that we can work together and really identify who needs to get that subsidy. And what is happening in fuels, I'm sure quickly needs to move on to fertilizers and food as well, because those are the two big ones. And if you don't address these, there is no way we'll be able to develop our energy policy in a whole and integrated manner at one level. So that's one part which I leave the conference members to discuss and deliberate on. The other bit is about what is relevant to us and our societies in the neighborhood. Because India is a large subcontinent, and the needs of one state differ with those of the other states. So Uttarakhand, which is where we are located, which is where the university kind of works through, has a different need for energy. So if you would look at solar energy, what works for Rajasthan and Gujarat doesn't work for Uttarakhand, because Uttarakhand is hilly, mountainous, and you cannot have an integrated solar panel which then feeds into the grid and villages get electricity. The Uttarakhand solution is more around fragmented, household, village hold kind of level units, which then feed into the individual users, rather than a large grid where people have several hundred square kilometers of solar panels and you feed into the system. So we have to really come up with solutions that are unique for us and the geographies that we live. Otherwise, we will have these technologies and there will be no users, because if you really want to achieve about 175 gigawatts of solar energy in the next 5 to 7 years, there is no reason why we should not be able to address some of these policy changes and ensure that it reaches the last mile. The sad part about energy is that the poor today in India can afford solar energy. Okay, mark my words. No, the poor today in India can afford solar energy. It is the rich who cannot afford solar energy. And the reason why I'm saying that is, the poor man who lights his one hurricane lamp in the evening still goes to the black market to buy kerosene and spends about 7 to 8 rupees for one light point with almost 0 lumens between the 7 in the evening and 11 in the night. None of us sitting in this room pay 8 into 30, which is 240 rupees for one light point. So the point I'm making is, the cost of energy actually is the highest for the poorest person in the value chain. And if he can afford solar energy, there is no reason why can't we start the reverse cycle of ensuring that they get access to power, and then we work that backwards, and as technology improves, the cost of power will go down, and we all know, I mean, it used to be 22 rupees at one point in time, we are close to 14, 15 rupees now, and I'm sure as volumes pick up and costs go down, it will be more affordable for the rich, and obviously there will be value that comes through. The second one, of course, for states like Uttarakhand is hydropower or hydroelectricity. I remember when I came to Dehradun in 2011, there was ample availability of power in the city of Dehradun. Today, that power availability has actually gone down. And the reason why it's gone down is because Uttarakhand is selling power to the neighboring states. Because Uttarakhand itself cannot afford to have that power, and therefore there are outages. So for a state like Uttarakhand, which has got multiple options for hydroelectricity, there is no reason why we cannot go and tap some of those potentials. Obviously, hydroelectricity is controversial. Contrary to popular belief, it is not green. A lot of people believe hydroelectricity is green. It is not green. There are consequences of hydroelectricity. So when you play around with the course of a river, when you are playing with the fauna and flora, when you are digging earth and piling it onto the villages, which leads to landslides, etc., etc., there are huge environmental costs. And oftentimes we say hydroelectricity is cheap because we are not building those costs in the hydroelectric projects. So we must build those costs into the hydroelectric projects and then compare the costs. and then say whether electricity is cheaper or not, and take some of those calls. Because as a result of not doing some of these things, you are aware a whole lot of hydroelectric projects are stalled in Uttarakhand because of all kinds of pulls and pressures about what is the right direction for us to go forward. Okay, with some of these thoughts, I'll close out by welcoming Dr. Parekh, Mrs. Vibhapuri, and all the distinguished guests and speakers. I think this is truly a remarkable event. We've started this conference way back in 2013, and year on year, the quality and type of participants have significantly gone up. Later in the afternoon, we have a researcher from the Oxford Energy School who's going to join us via Skype. Let us hear what she has to say and look at options of seeing what is my model for energy and energy growth and energy development, rather than looking at a Western model which in my view doesn't really work. Obviously we need to modernize, but we need not necessarily westernize to modernize. So with those, I close out by thanking all of you for having put this event together. Wish you all the best. I always believe that value of conferences like these are always in the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks, which is when you network with each other, talk to each other, exchange your cards, and then say, let's collaborate and work together. Dr. Kirit Parekh was mentioning that he's looking at some interns for his organization. There is no reason why some of you cannot impress Dr. Kirit Parekh in the next whatever 12 hours and be one of those. He's looking at collaborative research projects in the area of energy. So some of you who are involved in that area, engage with him in the tea and coffee breaks and ensure that you really network well, because that's where values from these conferences come. Otherwise, it's a good day to spend together. It's nice knowing each other, and then we go our own ways, you go your own ways, and we kind of lose the momentum. I think that's something we really need to catch on and build on this note. In fact, I would request some of our young students to actually form a Yahoo or a Google group of all the delegates who have come here, so that we are in touch between now and the next cycle of the conference. Okay, with that I'll close out. Thank you very much and have a great conference.
Thank you so much, sir. We don't have enough words to express our gratitude for your valuable time. So, as a token of appreciation and love, I request our Dean COMES, Dr. Anirban Sengupta, to present a memento to Mr. Utpal Ghosh. Thank you. Now, we move forward to set the tone for the conference, which will be done by our Dean COMES, Dr. Anirban Sengupta.
Dr. Anirban Sengupta, Dean, College of Management and Economic Studies, COMES, UPES, is a Bachelor in Electrical Engineering from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, a Master in Management Studies from Narsimonji Institute of Management Studies, University of Mumbai, and a PhD in Management from University of Pune. He spent the first 10 years of his professional career in the corporate sector, primarily in the credit rating industry with CRISIL and Fitch ratings. The next 10 years as a full-time faculty of marketing with Goa Institute of Management, as well as visiting adjunct faculty with IIM Indore and Kozhikode, and the next 5 years in academic leadership roles with Administrative Staff College of India. Hyderabad as Center Director, International School of Business and Media Pune as Director, and since mid-2011 with COMES, UPES as Dean. Dr. Sengupta has keen interest in the area of business analysis with overlapping interplay of marketing, finance and strategy. Now I invite our Dean, Dr. Anirban Sengupta, to address the agenda of the conference.
Welcome to the stage, sir.
Respected Shri Kirit Parekh, Srimati Vibhapuri, other invited dignitaries, President and CEO Mr. Ghosh, Vice Chancellor Dr. Srihari, Senior Director Mr. Joshi, Deans of other colleges, invited dignitaries, faculty members, and my dear students. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Management of Infrastructure. While the College of Management and Economic Studies started operations in the year 2003, the concept of ICMI was conceptualized by the COMES faculty somewhere in the middle of 2012. It started with the aspiration of the faculty to emerge, to see College of Management come up as a leading good school in the infrastructure and the core sector, because it could not have been a timely call by the faculty, given the fact, the kind of growth, kind of development that we are witnessing in the infrastructure and the core sector. And what started as a 1.5-day conference in February 2003, focusing on the energy sector, power sector, is today now in its 4th year, evolving into a 3-day conference covering the entire gamut of the infrastructure sector, including energy, transportation, and urban infrastructure, something which possibly no other business school in the country today is in a position to pull off. ICMI has been drawing over the years galaxy of speakers from the best of organizations, including the World Bank, Oxford Institute of Energy Studies UK, Jones Lang LaSalle, the international real estate consulting firm, IDEOM India, CRISIL, ASCII Hyderabad, IDFC, ISD Mohali, SBI Project Finance, Institute of Economic Growth, Great Lakes Institute of Energy Management, and so on. And reaching possibly its zenith in the current year with luminaries like Shri Kirit Parekh, Shri Sundarlal Bahuguna, and Shri Vinayak Chatterjee gracing the occasion on 3 successive days. Anybody who understands infrastructure will appreciate this is no mean achievement. So my dear students, that is the power of aspiration. Nobody knows to what heights you can soar, even you do not know, until you spread your wings. ICMI has been positioned as a platform for researchers, practitioners, and policymakers to come together to deliberate upon various challenges and opportunities facing the infrastructure sector. Day 1 of ICMI 4 will be focusing on the energy sector. Day 2 primarily in the morning will throw light on the transportation sector. Day 3 will focus on urban infrastructure and issues like Make in India. The conference will also read out nearly 70 research papers covering different aspects of the EIT sector. I thank Uttarakhand Jalavidyut Nigam Limited UJVNL for partnering with us in this conference, and I am sure the deliberations of the conference will help throw light on some of the pressing issues of energy and infrastructure facing the state of Uttarakhand. I also wish all the participants 3 days of great learning, and I wish the organizers of the conference all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for walking us through this agenda of the conference. I kindly request you to accept a memento as a token of respect. May I request Dr. General S.P.S. Narang to present our Dean with the memento. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Asmita. Now, let's proceed further with the most awaited session of the conference, where we have our respected guest, Dr. Kiri Parekh, who will be speaking on changing dynamic and energy market in India's perspective. It is indeed my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Parekh to the gathering. Dr. Parekh is Emeritus Professor and Founder Director of Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai. He served as a Senior Economic Advisor to United Nations Development Programme. He has been a member of the Economic Advisory Council for four Prime Ministers of India, who are Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Shri Rajiv Gandhi, Shri V.P. Singh, Shri Chandrasekhar, and Shri P.V. Narasimha Rao. Can we have a huge round of applause for that? He completed his BE in Civil Engineering from Gujarat University, and then he did his MTech in Structures from IIT Kharagpur. And then he did his BSc in Civil Engineering and Masters in Economics from MIT USA. He is also a fellow of the National Academy of Sciences. He has been the editor of India Development Report, which provides a non-governmental assessment of India's development and policy options. Apart from this, he has been a member of numerous other boards of directors. He has also authored and co-authored more than 15 books in management, appropriate technology for housing, optimum requirement for fertilizers, energy systems, national and international food policies, trade policies, general equilibrium modeling, and natural resources accounting. He has also published numerous articles. We are so honored to have you here, sir. I understand that all of us are eagerly waiting for Dr. Parekh to take the stage. Please welcome Dr. Parekh on stage among your loud applause.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Dr. Ghosh, Srimati Puri Das, and other distinguished people here, as well as friends. I think I'm going to talk about energy independence and energy security. And if you look at our energy scene today, we notice that we have about 25% of the coal is imported, 35% of the natural gas is imported, and almost 70% of our petroleum product consumption is based on imported crude. So that our total import dependence of these conventional energy sources is of the order of about 40%. Now, fortunately, we have seen that the price of crude oil has come down from something like $100 a barrel to less than 30. Maybe the average cost last year may have been about $50. And so you may see that what we have saved in import cost is of the order of 2.5% of our GDP, something really equal to $100 billion, of which $50 million may have accrued to the government as revenues, which has not been passed on because of prices and the taxes have been collected. So almost 1% of GDP has been the additional income to the government from these things. So this has a huge impact on the management of our economy and on bringing down fiscal deficit and so on. Now, if you look at the 1% of GDP has helped the economy, as we can see that clearly,
And we also know that we still have to worry about the whole problem of energy security because we don't know how long this low price regime is going to continue. Now, I think perhaps I should begin with saying that management of infrastructure is perhaps in sometimes more important than creation of new infrastructure. I remember during the discussion on the preparation of the 4th five-year plan, there were, the Planning Commission has prepared a number of different scenarios of development. And the scenario showed that the capacity of steel making in the country at the end of the 5-year plan should have ranged from anywhere between 15 million tons to 17 million tons, depending on the scenario you choose. Then I pointed out at that time that, look, we have installed capacity of 13 million tons, and we are producing only 8 million tons. It is far more important to manage this created capacity more efficiently than to worry about creating new capacity. So I think the theme of this conference is really very, very important. And here I think we have to think in terms of what are we doing about our stranded assets in the power sector and so on. But before I come to this, I said I'll talk about energy security. So let me deal with that first. Energy security should be defined in terms of not only just the nation, that we have adequate amount of energy available at competitive prices at any time, but that we should also have adequate amount of energy available to individuals at reasonable, affordable prices, as you say, at all times, in a sense, under normal kind of stress and strains or shocks that you may expect. If it's a very unusual, unprecedented force majeure, you cannot expect that the state would be able to provide, or everyone will be able to be provided with electricity or energy. And in this, there are three kinds of risks we face. One is what one might call a supply risk. You have money, you are willing to buy energy, but for love or money, nobody is willing to sell you energy or give you energy. So that there is a supply, suppose there is a disruption in the Middle East, a war breaks out, we are not able to import energy, and so it is just a supply disruption of a kind. That is one thing. What can we do about this? Well, one thing we can do is we spread out our suppliers, have a multiple of suppliers, and so don't depend on only one supplier, but many. Today India is importing oil from some 20 different sources, so we have to some extent, but a large part of our crude oil import comes from the Middle East. So there is a risk of that kind. Another thing we can do about that is that we have some kind of a buffer stock. You may say that this kind of disruption or war, etc., may not last for more than a month or 2 months or 3 months. Then you create a 3 months of supply of oil in this. So this is one way of doing this. The other risk you might say is the market risk. Market risk is when the prices suddenly go up. You are unable to import the oil that you need, or you import it, but it is a lot influence on the pricing in inflation in the country, and your economy then goes down. And we have seen in the past that every time oil prices have spiked up, we have had some fall in our GDP. And this has happened in past spike incidences. And but of course, if it falls down, we can also have some beneficial impact, as we've seen that. So there are market risks of that kind. And how do you deal with that? Well, the one way to deal with this is again to have improve your self-reliance in some sense, improve that your domestic availability or your access to international equity oil is there. Now, equity oil doesn't necessarily deal with a supply disruption, because you may have, say, a share in the oil in some country, but the country government says, sorry, you can't export it back to your country, it must be used here. So it is not always true that equity oil might bring you supply security. But market security for that, for market risk you can deal with having somewhat a better domestic availability of resources. And I come back to that. And finally, technical risk is just a failure of a transport system or a transmission network and so on. And here you always bring in a certain measure of redundancies there in your networks so that you are able to deal with that. Now, the large issue that we have is how can we, for us to deal with our energy security issue is to decrease our reliance on imported energy. That means we have to build new infrastructure in the country, new sources to be found, and we should find even conventional sources we need to build up. Now, one can say how long would this low prices will last of oil? Because that really affects many things. With a low price of oil, people are reluctant to drill. Low price of oil, people are reluctant to find substitutes or invest in renewables and so on. So I think it is important to have some understanding of what the price situation is going to be. Well, it depends on demand that we all know. International economy is not growing as robustly. China's economy is also slowed down, and that there has been some reduction in demand on that account. This is why the current prices have come down. The second thing is that there is a huge alternative supply has been developed. This is amazing. Every time I speak, somebody calls me up. I'll turn it off. So then the thing is that low price is also due to supply. I mean, the US shale gas is one example, and there is also some political. There are also some political issues here that the Americans really wanted to put some pressure on Iran and also on Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union depends a lot on export of oil and oil income, and that way Soviet economy can be stressed and the US can gain. Saudi Arabians didn't want to cut back because they also wanted to put pressure on the US to not develop its shale oil, shale gas and shale oil rapidly, so that it will really get, its market doesn't get affected, Saudi Arabia's. So I think there are these geopolitical considerations are there, and I think one has to consider some understanding of what these things these are going to be. Now, climate change adds another complication in the situation, that people say that now how long is fossil fuel regime going to last? There are people who say that coal has already ended or about to be declining, and even oil is also going to decline. It's a matter of maybe 20, 30 years when oil and gas would lose its primacy in energy market. So I think we need to say, what does it mean for India? What can we do? We can assume that, okay, suppose we have this oil and gas available at whatever price, but we need to think in terms of improving our own resource availability of oil and gas, and secondly to bring in alternative sources of energy. Now, to reduce interdependence, one thing we can do, and this is a study, this is what we had elaborated in the Integrated Energy Policy report that I prepared when I was a member of the Planning Commission. And I think there we say that what we can do is the first two most important thing is to have reduce the need for energy. That is, you improve energy efficiency. And in order afterwards, whatever energy you need, produce it more efficiently with different kind of energy efficiency on the side. So this together we can really think in terms of reducing substantially our energy requirement in the first place. But of course, Indian economy is growing, Indian population is growing, and with income growth, we will need to have energy 3 to 4 to 5 times as much as we are consuming now in maybe 30 years or down the line. Today we are consuming in the order of some 600 million tons of oil equivalent worth of energy. And that will become 1800 or 2400 or 500 depending upon the kind of strategies we use, will be a significant amount of additional energy we need. So our challenge is very large. We have limited resources and we need to have expand our energy supply significantly. So I think how do we read the need? We have my current institute, which is the Integrated Research and Action for Development, IRADE, have done a number of studies. We actually did modeling studies to support the Ministry of Environment and Forests for formulating its INDC for the Paris Conference and so on. But what we do recognize is that there is a significant scope for reducing energy, or say electricity and other energy requirement. We can do many things. For example, and we have done it, changing lights, incandescent lamps by CFL was the first stage. Now we are changing it by LED. Now here, the management of how we make this transition is very important. When we wanted to change it CFL to introduce CFL, the cost of the CFL lamp then was 100 rupees, and the incandescent lamp was less than about 10 rupees at that time. And the way people would not buy a CFL lamp because they would not want to spend that much money. So what was done was that we asked the distribution companies to say, you supply CFL and from at the same cost as an incandescent lamp. And this is how we finance it, that we can get carbon reduction credit at that time. And that credit then to obtain an innovative scheme was introduced, that you had in a random number of lamps, chips were installed which measured really how many hours of that bulb was on, so that you can actually assess. And that was acceptable to the International Carbon Regime Fellows, and carbon emissions credit was obtained for reducing carbon emissions, and that really provided enough money to the DISCOMs to go ahead and put that kind of a program in place. But that worked well when the price of carbon in the international market was 20 euros per ton of CO2. But when the price of carbon fell down to 3 euros per ton of CO2, this is no longer a viable thing. But at that time comes the LED bulbs. And here again, the cost of the LED bulb maybe 2 years ago was 300 plus rupees per bulb. And that's not something that one would want to use it. The LED bulb is an advantage that it uses even less energy than a CFL bulb. But it has also another advantage. The CFL bulb is mercury, and when you dispose it off, it can create a huge amount of pollution problem which the LED does not create or would not create. And here the government had taken a different stand. They just invited large bids and asked people, okay, we are willing to buy 1 million bulbs. What is it that you are willing to supply it? And they made these 3-4 such large bids, competitive bids, by which they invited tenders for this, and brought down the price of LED bulb from more than 300 rupees to around 80 rupees a bulb in a period of 15 months or so. So that yes, there are various ways of managing this kind of transition, and this is one of these ways. Other thing is that we have seen that labeled appliances are there. I mean, you people have 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and the clear labeling which says how many kilowatt hour of energy you will save per year using this product has helped many consumers to make up their own mind as to how much they can have and what kind of savings they would make. As a result, we have seen that most of the large part of the new products which are purchased, labeled products, are 3-star rated or above in recent years. And you can project these and say you can have a substantial, about 24 to 30% of the savings in appliance energy consumption can be easily obtained within some few years. So yes, energy efficiency can be pushed. In petroleum sector also, I think right kind of pricing and that's what Mr. Ghosh referred to, that we must have competitive pricing without subsidies, because that would really improve, incentivize people to use energy more efficiently. Today, for example, kerosene is subsidized at 11 rupees, or I don't know whether it's now 13 rupees a liter, and free market price may be more like 39, 40 rupees. So it gives an enormous incentive to the traders to divert it, and we know from a whole lot of studies that nearly anywhere between 35 to 50% of the kerosene doesn't reach the consumers. And whatever reaches the consumers, which proportion of it reaches to the poor consumers is even less than that. So that for every rupee the government spends on subsidy, maybe 15 paisa reaches the poor consumers as a subsidy. This is what Rajiv Gandhi has pulled out from the air or from his smell, from his nose, and said this is the case. And a few months later I did a detailed study from the NSSR and found that he was quite right. So that from every rupee government spends 15 paisa reaches. So I think the way to take care of this, how to manage subsidies, is very important. And the management of subsidies through smart card, through Aadhaar, through direct benefit transfer is an excellent idea, and can certainly eliminate dual pricing from the market. And once their prices are the same, what the consumer pays and what the trader sells in the open market is reduced, then there is very little incentive to do this. But of course, when you do that, the traders lose all the revenue they are getting. If you are a distributor of kerosene or public distribution system shopkeeper, then you are making a lot of money by diverting kerosene every month. And once that goes away, you have no incentive to remain in the business of kerosene. So it is really an issue that once you do that, you need to worry about how do you provide sufficient incentive to the traders to remain in that business. And I think this is an important issue that yet to be satisfactorily resolved, in my opinion. But yes, in urban areas, when LPG subsidies have been provided, have been certainly reduced and given by through direct benefit transfer, that works reasonably well. But if you are a new customer, a poor one, and you want to get an LPG connection, the trader would says, well, you have to deposit, give me 7,000 rupees, because unless you buy the stove from me, unless you buy this thing from me, unless you pay money for inspecting your house and other things, I can't give you. So that there are ways. I mean, so what an important lesson from all this is that in designing any policy, any management in things, you must take care of the incentives of all the chain, people in the chain of these, all the links in the chain, their incentives have to be accounted for. And to the extent it is possible, design your process so that it is what economists will call incentive compatible. And that is, I think, is an extremely critical element in any kind of management structure. Now, the other thing is we can reduce requirement for energy by appropriate pricing policies, by introducing new savings mechanisms, by even forcing car manufacturers gradually to increase the fleet efficiency norm. We can say, okay, they are now giving 15 kilometers a liter. 3 years down the line, it has to be 20 kilometers a liter, then 25 and 30 and so on. So we can force that kind of mechanism also, and that's also required. We cannot always rely on market mechanisms of that kind, but a judicious combination is required. But then we can also replace the supply by more renewable sources. Now, solar is today the flavor of the month, year, decade, millennium, whatever we say. But for India, we have to recognize that solar is more expensive than coal as such, and but not more expensive for the poor who are buying kerosene in the black market, as you say. But think of this the following. We have successfully, in the Energy Policy Committee report that I was the chairing the group on, we had recommended that we should have a solar mission, and then we subsequently formulated a solar mission with the idea of having 20,000 megawatt of solar capacity by 2022. And then we said that we have to recognize that this first set of capacities that come in, we will need to subsidize. But we need to subsidize it in a way that does not diminish incentives for innovation or cost cutting. And so we recommended that it should be really done through what is called reverse bidding. So now, in the first bidding that was done, 50 megawatts sites were offered. So now we want you to build 50 megawatts, different, 1 megawatt each or 2 megawatts or 3 megawatts, power plants, solar plants here, and you tell us what is the subsidy price you want, and we will give you that price for 15 years. And that was the way the subsidy was to be provided, a prescribed feed-in tariff. And people bid that. Our expectation was that we will get 15 rupees per kilowatt hour as the price. The first bid brought it down to 13.5 rupees. A few months later, the next round of bidding brought it down to 9.5 rupees. And the latest bid, which was open a couple of months ago, has brought down the price to 4.6 rupees a kilowatt hour. But even 4.6 rupees a kilowatt hour solar is expensive. It is from the following point of view. It has some consequences. A solar plant works for 1,600 hours a year. A coal-based plant works for 7,000 hours a year. So if I want to replace one megawatt of coal-based plant, I will have to invest in 4 megawatts of solar plants. The capital cost of a solar plant is nearly twice that of a coal-based plant, so that I have to invest 8 times as much money to replace 1 megawatt of coal-based plant by a solar plant. And therefore, investment has to be diverted or been allocated here, then less is available for investing in education, in health, in other infrastructure, and so on. So that there are consequences. And the study that we did at IRADE for the Ministry of Environment and Forest, we showed that yes, we can really reduce our energy emission intensity. We can have significant amount of renewables, but it would certainly reduce your growth rate, because it will go down, because you are, for the same amount of kilowatt hour generating, you are investing far more than you are doing somewhere otherwise. And so therefore, you will have a consequence of reducing in this. But at the same time, I think we do not have any option but to push renewables, because renewables are really the last and the most important element we have for replacing our dependence on imported coal, imported oil and other things. And in any case, we need it for the climate change consideration. I think what we need to do is that we need to bring down the cost of renewables. Now, solar cost is coming down dramatically, as I said, from 13.5 rupees a bit to 4.5 rupees. But main thing is that if the solar cell efficiency can be increased from 15% is what currently it is, solar photovoltaic cell, if that can be increased to not say 30 or 45%, then we need, it would be a significant improvement. Less area would be needed. Rooftop might be able to provide all the energy that you need, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, because it's only 1,600 hours a year, we need solar battery technology or solar electricity storage technology. So if the cost of electricity storage comes down, if the cost of solar cell comes down, then really we have a workable, efficient solution, which can even be helped in a fairly more decentralized manner as well. And here I think ITs would be very, very critical, that you need to have a smart grid which can incorporate all this decentralized electricity. Personally, I am against rooftop solar, which is subsidized today, simply because I think only the rich have the rooftop. And if you are subsidizing rooftops, you are subsidizing the rich. That's the point number one. The second point is that it will take away all the good paying customers from the discoms. And the discoms would be even further stressed financially, and then the ability to serve poor consumers would be affected further. So I said, yes, let's have all the solar plant power that we want in a grid connected manner, but don't subsidize rooftops of the rich. So I think that certainly is one way. What I want to run out of time, so what I will do is I will summarize in a few sentences what I am saying. We need to make sure, let me just take one more time and deal with one other issue. That I talked about energy security at the household level is also extremely critical. 70% of the people still cook in rural areas with dirty biomass, cow dung and fuel wood or agricultural waste. And this creates a huge air pollution. We see in Delhi already air pollution because of the burning of biomass. But these women who cook with their get huge indoor air pollution. And we have a large amount of health premature deaths taking place because of this. Some years ago, we had done at the Indira Gandhi Institute in Mumbai. We had shown, estimated that something like 500,000 deaths are occurring prematurely every year because of cooking with dirty biofuels. So in energy security, you must provide clean cooking fuel to all households. And for that, you will need to subsidize it. And subsidies are all right. It's not a dirty word. It's only misdirected or misadministered subsidy, which gets diverted and doesn't reach the poor is a bad idea. So I think Aadhaar-based subsidies is the best way to do it, but we need to worry about the incentives to the traders and all that. I think, let me summarize that things, we are dependent largely on imported energy. We to improve our energy security, we have to improve domestic availability of things. One availability option that we have today is that we have a significant amount of potential oil-bearing areas which some people say large, which may have large amount of resources, oil, but are not being explored. And today, because the oil prices have come down, the cost of rigs and other things have come down. So I would say, in spite, contrary to what conventional people are saying, that there is now no incentive for exploring more oil, I think India should think in terms of significant amount of exploration activities while the international oil prices are low. And at least you may not want to produce it, but have some proved resources available on your plate, so that in case the oil prices go up, you can begin to start exploring these reserves. So I think, in summary, we are dependent on oil, in import, and what we need to do is to increase our domestic availability, reduce our requirement, and do it efficiently by managing the whole process in a way that is incentive compatible and that it doesn't lend itself to diversions. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions? Yes.
Microphone.
You suggested that subsidizing a roof for panels is a subsidy to the rich, but I see in Uttarakhand, many poor villages, they are having roof for panels. So poor are using that. I think that will be, if it continues, it will help to the poor.
No, I recognize that many poor are having subsidized rooftop. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy has also programmed to provide rooftop-based solar systems to poorer households. But the reach of this is very, very small. If you look at in the number of houses covered in the context of this, is very small. I believe that grid-connected electricity is the best solution, even for Uttarakhand, because it is a lot easier to transfer electricity on cables up the hill than doing LPG or any such things. Once you have a good, stable voltage grid-connected electricity available, today you can cook with an induction cooker in a very efficient manner. So there are options available of electric cooking, and electric cooking is common in the Western world in many parts. But with induction cookers, it has become far cheaper than what it was, and so that it is a possibility of doing this. I believe that people would also have rural area and the poor are all the same aspirations. You go in a room, flip a switch, light comes off. And that's what you want. You want that kind of facility and flexibility. And in the rooftop solar, you are not able to use it in productive purposes. If electricity is available in the village, you are able to use it for production activities. You can not only work, but you can also do some small equipment can be run and so on. Uttarakhand should go for, I believe, 100% electrification, and then decide it can be again solar-based electricity, but it has to be really provided electricity. And I think that's.
Next question.
Good morning, sir. So, when the Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission was formulated, it was envisaged that the distribution between the two technologies, the two solar technologies, that is photovoltaic and concentrated solar thermal, that would be equal. But what we are seeing right now, that there is more focus towards solar SPV, which is less efficient than the other technology. So, do you think there is any specific reason for this, or should it be corrected?
First of all, what you are saying is less efficient is not true. Efficiency, I mean, the cost of the solar, concentrated solar with solar is far more. Initial cost itself is about 2 times the cost of a PV-based solar plant. So that's why it's not. The government is open, but people are not willing to come forward in some ways. And I believe, I must confess that in the Integrated Energy Policy Committee, I had strongly recommended solar with storage, but even that is not come up, because if you have that, you have electricity available around the whole day more or less, but the costs are much higher than PV storage. Now I would argue that the development and technical progress that has taken place in the PV and even in electrical storage technology is far more than what has taken place in concentrated solar power.
Sir, presently the conventional energy price is very
like a rock star, please click closer.
Currently the conventional energy price is very low. It is hovering at 30, but definitely it will bounce back once the world economy is going up. Which is, many studies say it is going to settle down to $60 to $70 per barrel. So how do you see the future of conventional, the non-conventional energy, basically, the renewable energy, the future of that? Because at $60 and $70 per barrel, how basically they are going to fare in future?
Yeah, I think what I was saying is, suppose I have a solar cell efficiency goes up by a factor of 3, and battery storage technology cost comes down by a factor of 2 or 3, then solar would be competitive with coal-based power plants, let alone petroleum-based power plants. So that you can certainly bring down solar cost to that, and that this technological progress is not beyond. I mean, it's quite likely to happen in the coming decade or two. So that I do see that yes, But if the prices go up, there are many other areas in which, yes, renewables would have a problem. But at the same time, as Mr. Ghosh was pointing out, you must factor in the environmental cost of various fossil fuel that you use. And climate change is another area which considerations would certainly force us, even though we may not consider ourselves responsible for it, we are highly vulnerable and we have a big interest in cutting down the risk of climate change.
Good morning, sir. You mentioned about stranded power assets and what are the policies we are looking forward to. I'd like your comments on that.
Yeah, see, we pushed a large number of IPPs or independent power producers about 10 years ago. And as a result, in many states, the amount of power plant in new plants constructed by even nationally by private sector is more than what public sector additions has been. And the problem has been two kinds of problem. One is the gas availability went down over what we had expected. The Reliance KG Basin gas production went down substantially, and so the gas supply is not available. I may add that I was always against using gas for a power plant with this kind of bidding, excepting through competitively bid open market gas pricing. The second thing is that coal-based plant, there are two things that happen. One is that some people bid, in the ultra mega power plants, you are given a mine and you were thinking. Those plants have no problem because the cost of mining was under their control, supply was under control, and they should be working fine. But Tata's, for example, had an imported coal-based plant. They will get acquire mine in Indonesia and do that. But the Indonesians change their policy so that there is a problem and they cannot meet the cost of power plant that they produce. The third problem, the number of plants came up with a sort of an implicit assurance by the government that they will be given coal linkages. And for a variety of reasons, whether the DISCOMs are not signing long-term power purchase agreements or what, they are not getting coal linkages and they are stranded. Now, why are the DISCOMs signing long-term power purchase agreement? Well, that is the crux of the problem. At the heart of our problem of power sector woes is that state electricity regulatory commissions are not permitting revision of the power tariffs. And at the existing power tariff, many DISCOMs find it's cheaper not to buy electricity from neighbors, better to impose power cut than to supply electricity, because we do not have an obligation on the DISCOMs to meet all power needs. So they should have an obligation of 24/7 supply, and they should really be allowed to raise the prices if the cost goes up. So this is the issue.
Thank you, sir. When you welcome in central planning process, the India has only 60 to 70,000 megawatt installed capacity. The reason is thankful to you. Now we are almost touching 3 lakh megawatt capacity, excluding our city. So we welcome you under your guidance last 10 to 15 years, what we have achieved, which is more than 5 times what we have done in first 40 to 55 years. So on behalf of nation, we are thankful to you for your policy. Just very small question, sir. You are advocating long-term PPA. But in my opinion, whatever we have seen in other countries, short-term PPAs and short-term power trading is more important. And through that method, we have seen a price has been come down. In IS, when we started, it is around about 8 rupees or 6 rupees per megawatt per unit. Now it is around about in between 2 to 3 rupees. So I think just contradictory to your opinion, in our opinion, short-term power trading should be more beneficial to consumer and public, and through that can we achieve the efficiency which we have not achieved earlier. We have already seen Reliance has quoted 1.1967 price for your Sasan project, whereas the same project your LPTC has quoted 235. So that is almost half of the price.
Has Reliance delivered?
Yes, sir. Now Reliance is delivering, sir. Reliance is already delivering. Sir, there might be 10% increase. 120 become 130. But 130 is far less than 235. What is voted by your NDTC for that project, even other project, there may be some starting teething problem. But I am thankful for you, sir, case 2 bidding process which you adopt especially for UNDP, and with some more moderation that may be accepted by in general by whole country. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think we have not been always perfect in everything,
Right,
but
right.
things have worked fortunately in some cases.
Right.
In say the renewables, one suggestion was that instead of fixed fee tariff,
Right.
you give this renewable portfolio obligation, RPO. So each DISCOM is required to obtain, say, prescribed amount, 5%, 7%, 8% from renewable sources. The problem is that in a number of these, that our policies on this have not been consistent.
Right.
For an RPO to work effectively, we should have a common standard across all states.
Right.
But each state is applying different standards. So what happens is, if I have a lot of renewable potential, I will set a RPO at a lower level,
Right.
so that I have become a seller.
Right.
And instead, you should have really a uniform RPO standard all over the country,
Right.
so that you don't have, you have enough buyers. Today, there are a lot of sellers, but very little buyers, because each state is selling lower RPOs.
Right.
Second, you need to provide some kind of price security at the bottom, as well as a cap on the top, to make this thing functional. We had some of these suggestions were elaborated in the low carbon strategy report that again I chaired in 2014.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I know there's so many questions popping up in everyone's mind, but sir will be here for the whole day. Kindly approach sir and clear your doubts. We wholeheartedly appreciate the knowledge you shared with us, sir. And for the same, I request Dr. Tarun Hira, convener ICMI, to present our guest with the memento. Please accept this token of appreciation, sir. Thank you. Before the much awaited session by Ms. Vibha Das, let us all extend our welcome and gratitude to Mr. Arun Bhan, Director Government Affairs UPES, for supporting ICMI. Sir, may I request you to please accept the memento as a token of our gratitude. I would request Dr. Anirban Sengupta to present the memento to Mr. Dhan. Thank you, sir. Now let's proceed with the next great session, which will be not addressed and will be delivered by our honorable guest of the day, Ms. Vibha Bhuri, ma'am.
I'm so honored to introduce the next speaker. Her profile is a motivation to all your graduates here. Ms. Vibha Das, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development, is actively involved with education and development issues across the country. Ms. Vibha is an IAS officer of the 1976 batch, Uttaranchal Cadet. She has served in posts that has allowed her deep insights and the ability to take transformative action. Prior to this posting, she was Additional Secretary, Department of Personnel and Training. Her earlier stints in the central government include that of Joint Secretary, Minister of Food Processing Industries and Executive Director, Central Social Welfare Board. She served as Principal Secretary and Commissioner, Forest and Rural Development, Uttaranchal, and Principal Secretary, Home and Transport, Uttaranchal. She has also been Additional Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Noida Authority, Vice Chairperson Ghaziabad Development Authority, and Special Secretary Government of UP. Ms. Vibha Das is an MA in Political Science from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. She holds a certificate in international approaches to rural development and poverty alleviation from the Institute of Development Studies, Sussex, UK. She has edited the newsletter of the South Asian Rural Reconstruction Association and worked with Seva, Ahmedabad to develop curriculum for human rights on home-based workers movement. So I would like to welcome Ms. Vibha Puridas onto the stage. May I have a huge round of applause for her, please.
Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Kirit Parekh, President and CEO Mr. Utpal Ghosh, Vice Chancellor Mr. Sri Hari, Dean College of Management Dr. Anirban Sen Gupta, distinguished panelists here, distinguished members of the faculty, students, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to be in this university again. I'll request your indulgence. I have a very bad throat which just happened this morning. So I have visited this university many years ago when I was in Uttarakhand earlier. To the other campus, it's such a lovely campus, and when Mr. Dhan mentioned, I thought it's a wonderful opportunity to visit here again. I think my profile mentioned that I'm still secretary, but as you can see, I've retired 2 years ago after being secretary in human resource development. I was also in another sector, which gave me a very different insight, and that's about equity issues. Come to that a little later. In the university, we've heard some excellent and very illuminative discussions before me. I wanted to mention a few points from what I have garnered in my experience of working. And first and foremost, since the university is the host of this important seminar today, a university is by definition a universe of knowledge, and it is constantly aspiring to expand and to grow that universe of knowledge. Science stands on the shoulders of persons who came before. And it's the cumulative nature of science which helps the path of growth, not only of science itself, but of society as a whole. And therefore these building blocks and seminars like the ones that we have today have potential, and I'm sure will be the building blocks of a future in not only these sectors that the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies excels, which is infrastructure, energy, and transportation, which are crucial to any economy, but which are absolutely critical for a state like Uttarakhand. And I felt that this focus of the university, and I suppose of the focus of the seminar in terms of management, lends it a very important perspective. Because without the focus on management, no matter how much, as Mr. Ghosh mentioned a little while ago, no matter what you do to create infrastructure, if it's inadequately managed, it's not going to lead to fulfilling aspirations. We are told that 70% of India's building stock is still to be built. And how we build it, with what kind of technology, and with what kind of perspective of climate change and carbon credits, will determine what happens not only to India, but what happens to the world. I think universities, I'd like to start with that, are at a tri-junction in three different ways.
First of all, I say that they are widening and pushing the frontiers of knowledge. Then there are the sites of collaborative enterprise between academia, startups, corporates, and as sites of collaborative action, they are extremely exciting nerve center of activity. But finally, and most importantly, I think universities as the home of the youth constitute a challenge to all of us who have anything to do with universities. And how do we create more job creators than job seekers? I think that as a function of universities and what they do with young people, not only the ones who come to do long-term degree and post-degree programs, but those who come in contact with the university, and whether you run certificate diploma programs or whether you touch their lives through other means, how do you ensure that young people in the university and around are able to profit from the university that is located in this area? I want to mention some of the key national missions which are which we need to really take advantage of if the infrastructure, renewable energy, and transportation sectors have to be made much of. Recently, a new national mission on Himalayan studies has been launched, which in the state, I know Uttarakhand is really looking at partnering with a range of knowledge institutions in order to see that the Himalayan state and Himalayan areas reach the potential that they have. But the national missions remain under, I would say, underperforming or underutilized to a large extent because of the equity issues which have been inadequately addressed. I think it's not just the geographical inequity that was referred to by Mr. Ghosh earlier. The fact that the geographies dictate a certain kind of development profile. But the equity issues require a different paradigm of management, both of infrastructure as well as of other fields of branches of development. So if we are able to look through the prism of equity when we are looking at managing infrastructure, I think many of the problems that we have today could be sorted out much better. I was pleased to see that in terms of climate proofing and adaptation, themes which are relevant for a state like Uttarakhand, the IPCC has in its latest report has given a much more a report which helps to build on the vision of taking the development challenges along and not in a combative manner, not as an either development or adaptation to climate change, but in terms of going alongside development parameters, and how will a state like Uttarakhand work with the climate change imperatives. I think the state level action plan has been worked out. How do we see that state level action plan actually sees the light of the day and becomes a reality? I think that's an added dimension to the management of infrastructure that the state would certainly be looking at. Then the Namami Gange project, which is already is already on steam, and I feel that the Doon Valley in which this university is located, identified as an ecologically sensitive and environmentally fragile area. But the valley which opens up into the Yamuna on the one side, the Ganga on the other. But how are we ensuring that the safeguarding of this valley remains focused in all development paradigms, including the Namami? So the solid waste management, the way the water streams are addressed, the way the water conservation movement is supported, I think those are areas which need to be certainly looked at when we look at infrastructure in a large manner. The disaster management, the disaster mitigation approach, I think something that all infrastructure management must certainly look at. Looking at the 2014 disaster that happened here and with climate change necessitating more and frequent such extreme events, I think that's something that will need to be very carefully factored in when we think of managing infrastructure in the future. The peri-urban solid waste management challenges. Perhaps the infrastructure has not really given enough importance to the solid waste. But are we going to be addressing these issues in a joint, in a collaborative manner? That, to my mind, is a challenge and a question that I'd like to leave with you. Finally, I think DAY1 is grappling with the idea of a smart city. And what is it that the smart city will require, whether it will be able to make the cut? What is it that the university has to offer to see that these smart cities of today do not become nightmares tomorrow, or do not add to the nightmares that we already have in the urban scenario today? I think we would look to universities, to the whole galaxy of important personages and thought processes that happen in the university system to provide some answers, and if not answers, at least questions which help us to move in the right direction. A last point that I'd like to leave you with is that, and this is something that I feel I do highlight any time, every time I have an opportunity to talk to education institutions and any place that houses young people. Opportunities for students and other youth across the value chain. How are we building on those opportunities? I think developing skill sets in ongoing infrastructure projects all along the value chain. This is probably, we have the hierarchy of education institutions, and the people who come at the top of these hierarchies, that is the university system, does not really look at creating adequate skill sets for people at other levels of the value chain. And I think unless that is something the university system itself engages with in a very proactive manner, we will continue to labor under a heavily skill-scarce environment. And that skill is not going to be something that can be produced only in ITIs and polytechnics and such like. These are skill sets which have to have the validation, the support of the highest institutions of learning in this country. And unless that happens, the entire management, the creation of infrastructure, the creation of new knowledge is going to remain at risk. So my earnest request, whether it is through MOOCs, whether it is through online education portals, whether it is through reworking of the certification systems that we have. I think my earnest request that universities really look seriously at expanding their footprint. I believe you have almost 10,000 students on campus. But 10,000 is still small numbers. And we need to, if such a beautiful and wonderful campus, are we thinking in terms of reaching out to a larger population of youth across both in the state and outside? I am confident that the University for Petroleum and Energy Studies is fully geared to take full mileage from the seminar in developing collaboration models, in developing modules for youths who do not have time, inclination, or resources to pursue long-term degree programs, but whose contribution is crucial for sustainable infrastructure to become a reality. And also looking at state specificities so that infrastructure does not follow the logic of one size fits all, but is adequately sensitive to environment and the needs of the ecology. And with that, I would like, I'm very happy to inaugurate this seminar and to be with you here this morning. And thank you very much, the Vice Chancellor, the President, and everybody in the UPES for giving me this opportunity of being here with you. And I wish you all the best in the seminar and in the deliberations and for the university as a whole. Thank you.
Any questions, anyone? Yes, there's one question. There's one question from the lady.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Mike.
Ma'am,
Giving.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You already have a motivational profile, and as you know, you have spent so much time in administrative services. So, according to you, what are some of the major challenges that women faces in this sector?
Really a good question.
Well, I think I have been extremely fortunate in the fact, number one, being in this kind of service at the time I joined. We were fairly privileged. I can't say that I had any serious challenges from the people I was supposed to be working for. The challenges one has are within the system, within the hierarchy, within the bureaucracy, in terms of getting postings and positions which men colleagues would get. So women in my time would get much later. So women were treated as people who would have to spend that much longer to prove themselves. So we were constantly trying to work maybe five times harder than the others to prove ourselves. I think that's been true right from then it continues to be true today. But as I said, being in the service that I was, one was still extremely privileged, had a lot of the pluses that many other women, working women would have. But many of those challenges were very much there, and unfortunately many of them continue even now.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have our principles over there. Ministry of Speciality has not come up with the We have a lot of courses through which thank you. But we and UGC, we are not getting any help from them. We are not
I see.
So as you were there, as secretary, you have done that. What is happening?
I think the real concern that UGC had at that stage was about the standard certification models. Because obviously nobody wishes to see that the standards of education come crashing down and people through the MOOCs are getting shortchanged. So, but once you have fairly robust certification systems, then and if university takes ownership for whatever it is putting out, then I think it should not be so difficult. I was happy to see in the papers the other day that the IITs had, of course, IITs had launched long ago, but I read recently that just a few days ago that some big program had been launched. I forget which institution it was. So IIT Bombay had already. Was that? So what happened right now? Yeah. So I think it's a question of creating those the curriculum which will have resonance across institutions and not be limited to one institution, so that children have the ability to migrate from one place to another and find recognition elsewhere. Now that becomes a challenge because if one university is adopting standards which are at tremendous variance with universities elsewhere, then that does result in shortchanging. So, but my good luck to you. Yeah. Asha, but you're not allowed to move forward, or I see.
There is no yes or no that they are neither saying yes or not saying no. So what happening is that at the good leading institutions like IIT Bombay, IIM Dilwara, just going ahead. And the good thing in society is that these are leading institutions, and if they take an initiative, nobody kind of challenges them. So we are hoping that if they kind of move forward, it will kind of become almost a movement in the education sector, and all of us can go through. And then appropriately at a point in time, the regulators will come in. But as of now, they're not saying no, they're not saying yes, they're kind of keeping quiet. As far as standards are concerned, my answer is very simple. You have given a UGC recognition to your university, and you have your own mechanism for putting those standards in place. The same standard should hold here as well. So why was the additional anxiety on standards?
Additional anxiety came about only in terms of the distance education formats that were promoted by
That's different.
So as long as that doesn't, that kind of problem doesn't permeate here.
Then if you permit me, I'll just add to one what Dr. Raju has just asked. My curiosity is when foreign universities are approaching us for dual degree kind of programs. So again, credential is the issue. So it's not only the domestic country, not only the country, but otherwise also, if European business schools are joining hands, so why not Indian universities like GITS, Lani or other IIMs are they are allowed to open their centers away outside India, in Dubai and other places. So why not universities also encouraged to join hands with other universities for collaborative research or any other program? Just adding to that, I know how we can take it further. Thank you.
That's maybe the regulatory challenges. There is a feeling that the UGC needs to protect the students. Perhaps that just needs to, the mindset will have to evolve as we go forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your enlightenment, ma'am. Please accept our gratitude and love in the shape of a memento. May request CEO, UPES, Mr. Utpal Ghosh to present our honorable chief guest with a memento.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. ICMI has compiled all the conference papers received in the form of CDs. Now, I would request Dr. Kirit Parekh, Ms. Vibha Das, Mr. Utpal Ghosh, Dr. Sri Hari, Dr. Anirban Sen Gupta, and convener ICMI, Dr. Tarun Dhingra, to please come forward for the official release of the CD. I would also request. Yes. I would also like to request the co-conveners for the conference to join the release. Dr. Hiran Roy, Dr. Narendra Delai, Dr. Yakut, Professor Bhanu Prakash, Professor Abhishek Ghoshal, Dr. P. Joji Rao, Dr. A. Rao, Dr. P.C. Mahuna.
So many people. So make up your mind what you want to do.
Okay.
Sorry? Or maybe some come. Yes, come.
And Dr. Gio Fernandez. Give one. From here.
Now, let's move up.
Out of all the papers received from the researchers, scholars, and yes, open it, sir.
Why don't you ask us?
Yes.
So
Please release the CD, sir. Out of all the papers received from researchers and scholars, after scrutiny, we accepted around 85 papers, and after further scrutiny, we published 59 papers and given the copyrights to them, which are segregated in the different segments: energy sector 31 papers, infrastructure sector 15 papers, transportation sector 9 papers, and other 4 papers. And its ICB number for the copyright is 978-1943-49-43889-1. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. That's for you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to an end of the first session of this conference. And for the same, Dr. Sri Hari, Vice Chancellor UPES, will raise the vote of thanks, and before that, I request Mr. Vivek to tell a few words about Dr. Sri Hari.
Welcome, sir. Yeah.
I have a presentation to perform, and I will help me do it quickly and crisply. I should actually begin with thanking everybody present here for very patiently listening to wonderful sessions we have had since morning. Let me thank Madam Vibha Das for being with us. Ma'am, although you say you're retired, I'm sure your time is very valuable, and thank you for still being with us. Maybe I should be thanking Mr. Arun Khan for influencing your decision. but we are very happy that you could come here, brought your experience in administration and brought all aspects of especially those relevant to this conference, and had raised very pertinent questions, and of course answered a few very important ones towards the end also. Thank you very much, ma'am, for being with us today. It's been a coup of sorts bringing in Dr. Kirik Parikh to be with us today. Sir, thank you very much indeed for being with us. You have described the entire energy security scenario for India in an extremely simplistic manner for students. I believe we even have first year undergraduate students in the crowd, and I am very thankful to you. You touched every aspect of every source of energy, every aspect of energy security, and answered those questions. You brought the conference to a resounding beginning. I'm very thankful to you on behalf of the organizers. Well, I must thank all the delegates for being part of this conference, and the distinguished speakers who are with us today, and those who are going to follow tomorrow and day after in absentia. Let me say a conference well begun should be considered half done already. So it's time to congratulate the team. At least give them a pat. So Dr. Sen Gupta, Dr. Tarun Dingla, I guess it's time to take the bow for having created a wonderful conference which is going to last next 3 days. Normally this should be done on valedictory, but we all know in conferences which last 3 days, the valedictory session is going to be much poorly attended than the inaugural session. So I'm just taking this opportunity to put on record our appreciation of the efforts that have gone into this conference by the team who have been pillars of strength. And more importantly, the energy of this organizing committee, which was seen at the airport yesterday, the student volunteers. I would like to put on record my appreciation of the wonderful work you all have been doing. Thank you very much. Hope you have a very interesting networking session, as Gosab indicated in the morning, and take it from me. It's a proud place to be amongst professionals. Enjoy that ride and have a good time for the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. P.C. Bhamuna to present a memento to our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Please accept this token of appreciation, sir. With this, we'll go for a short break for 15 minutes for a high tea. May I request one and all present here to proceed for high tea. The high tea is arranged outside the college building. Hospitality team, please escort the dignitaries to the high tea place. Thank you. And you have to be back by 12:45. Students, kindly be seated. Let's Students, kindly be seated.
Thank you, sir. Thomas.
I'd request student to kindly leave the hall in an orderly way. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello,
Hello, hello, hello,
hello,
hello,
hello,
hello,
hello, hello,
hello, hello, hello.
hello, hello,
Sir,
hello,
sir.
hello, 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 hello.
दिक्कत तो नहीं है लेकिन आंटी है ना बात ये बीच की बात है.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. एक सेकंड. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Welcome back everyone. I am Sagar along with my co-competitor Nalini, and we will be your anchor for the rest of the evening. So let's start the session with a recap of the morning session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Modernization is not equal to westernization, as stated by Mr. Utpal Ghosh. The discussion was carried forward by Dr. Kirit Parekh that not all solar is for everyone. We need to find tailor-made solutions ourselves for our problems. Also, Ms. Das focused on the government expectations from the academia and how you can take advantage from different national missions. The session was very informative and insightful. Keeping the pace in mind, let's continue the session with another esteemed speaker, Mr. Utpal Ghosh. Mr. Utpal Bhattacharya is the President, Regulatory Affairs, RPSG Group. He is a director on the boards of a number of power and infra-group companies. He also serves as Executive Director of CESC, heading Regulatory Affairs, Legal, Corporate Services, and System Operations. Mr. Bhattacharya has 7 years of experience. His current focus is on strategic planning of a power utility, regulatory policy, system operations, and commercial competitions. He also has a long experience in areas like fuel and power procurement, sale, and system planning, construction, load forecasting, etc. Currently, he is a member of the Technical Coordination Committee of Eastern Regional Power Committee, Government of India, member of State-level Working Committee on Energy Conservation on the Government of West Bengal, and the member of the 19th Electrical Power Survey Committee, CEA. He also serves as a member of National Power Committee, CII and FICCI. Very recently, he was a member of Indian delegation to the UK to study UK power market. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming our guest, Mr. Bhattacharya, onto the stage.
This is for Daniel. Hold this. This one. Thank you very much. Many thanks, friends,
and dignitaries, Dr. Denga, I can see. Thank you so much for your continuous encouragement and guidance. We will quickly run through a presentation, and you can switch that on. Rather one. Okay. The paper is aiming at studying the reversal of fuel linkage policy and its impact on the IPPs. You see, electricity is about 150-year-old commodity in India. Electricity supply commercially started around 1899. There was very impressive growth since its introduction. Current installed capacity is close to 3 lakh megawatt, largely contributed by thermal. You can see it's about two-thirds thermal. Despite this impressive growth, India still has a sizable demand-supply gap. New laws and policies are coming in to usher in this product. These are aimed at freeing up generation segment, encouraging investment in private sector, cost-effective raw material given to these new developers, and markets to be created where they can sell their product. Based on these assurances, a large number of developers responded favorably, and significant private sector capacity addition was done between the period 2007 and 2012. About 20,000 megawatt capacity is commissioned or very close to commissioning. Government of India granted these prospective developers an instrument called LOA. It means letters of assurance. It's a letter carrying an assurance from the government that government will be supplying coal to these projects. And based on this LOA, a large number of developers invested into these projects. Unless this guarantee was there by the government of India, these projects would not have been conceived or financed by the banks or the promoters. Then in 2011-12, Government of India suddenly took a U-turn from changing a position given in the assurance in 2012. Sensing very low domestic production, Government of India prohibited coal supply to upcoming plants who do not have long-term sale arrangement with DISCOMs. No such restriction was there in LOAs based on which investments were made. That means this is an afterthought, a clear departure on the premise of the investment. Now the developers are in a great dilemma. How coal will be sourced? How adverse economics would be circumvented? Where to sail? and the selling price is absurdly low right now. There is no long-term buyer. No discount is floating any tender for buying these products. These are the important events, the timeline of Indian electricity sector. See, from 1910 marks the beginning of the organized sector in the form of New Electricity Act. From there, it's a long journey. In 2003, a new Electricity Act came in and replaced all these acts. Meanwhile, Coal India, nationalization of coal mines, all these important events took place. Power exchanges became operational in 2008, and letter of assurances were issued between 2008 and 2009 to the prospective developers. Then unfortunately in 2012, government fuel policy shifted in favor of prohibiting coal supply to these stations when these huge investments were in full swing. And therefore large trending is sensed. About 20,000 megawatt, and 20,000 megawatt means 20,000 megawatt multiplied by 6 crore plus megawatt. So it's close to 1,50,000 crore project being stranded right now. It's a huge event on the country's economics. A study was made to go into the numerical details of the effect of such trending. Why is trending? And what is the potential of any option for these developers? Can they do something through which they can bounce back? And there is an important theory called real option theory in management science, which says in the project conception stage, apart from hardware, if the concept of flexibility is built in, then in cases of very large disaster or supervening impossibility, those kind of flexibility might be a lifeline. So the study went on to check whether such theory was applicable in this particular case. The methodology was selection of an IPP. IPP means power producer. Independent means private. Power producer. Private ownership. It's located in a state where competition exists. That means number of stations are there. Either it is closed to commissioning schedule or just commission. It has been given an assurance by the government, but cannot get fuel supply because it does not have any long-term power purchase contract now, which the government of India has imposed as a prerequisite, as afterthought to this linkage. Obtaining information, all related information, physical information and economic information. Then what are the standard returns, return expected, depreciation norms, all financial data. Thereafter financial models were tried out, ranking the options, cost stream, the gap, the effect of this disaster. In economic term, to generate or not to generate
what will be of lesser cost to these developers. And if it generates, at which scale it should generate? Does it generate more? Does it help? Or it generates less? Does it help? Or it mothballs. Mothballs means plant is ready but not generating. And then these options were ranked and studied. The finding is, I have given the finding only here, the details are not captured. At 30% capacity utilization, if we do 30% capacity utilization, yearly loss will be north of 500 crore every year. Then at various capacity utilizations, it is coming down, that means higher capacity utilization would bring it to this place, and if we decide to mothball the plant, the loss will be highest. So basically, huge loss under all options. No option throws up any positive indication. And applicability of real option theory at the concept stage for this station would not have been helpful, because there was no flexibility which could be built up into the project, which have been helpful to mitigate risk under these conditions. Coal stations worldwide are facing major challenges everywhere in the world. Mostly driven by huge environmental restriction, alternative resource landscape, shale gas, etc. Clean technology cost is falling, also marginal cost. Evolving social campaign against fossil stations, and number of litigations, state of litigations and changing statutory interpretation against fossil fuel stations. Parallelly, renewable technology is facing certain major problems. Two broad problems they create. They supply erratic power. Dr. Parikh was maintaining that capacity utilization for wind and sunshine is poor, and number two is erratic, and they pose serious challenges on the dispatch issue. For example, you see in a day of January 2015, Germany's solar and wind farms, they pushed in only 3.5 gigawatt out of their capacity of 77 gigawatt. Again, same year, on a windy sunny day of June, they pushed in 42 gigawatt. Mark the seasonal variation, 2.5 gigawatt to 42 gigawatt. The huge swing. When 42 gigawatt is there, dispatch will follow a pattern. When 2.5 gigawatt is generated, it will require support from other fossil fuel stations. So fossil fuel stations are in a precarious condition. First, they're the weeping boy of the society. At the same time, they require to stand by in the case of eventuality when their bright counterparts fail, which they often do. Also, in a competitive scenario, in a power trading platform, because this renewable, they generate at almost close to zero marginal cost. They are throwing up zero marginal cost at a bidding condition in Europe. That becomes a major challenge for the fossil fuel stations. They are not able to bid because they need fuel and fuel is not God's grace. It has to be paid for. And the effect is renewable, although there's zero marginal cost there. But if you see the levelized cost plus including fixed cost over the lifetime, Germany pays much higher price than France, and Germany is very rich in renewable. They are paying about 30.3 euros as against 0.16 of their French counterpart. A look at the world energy basket. Domination of coal is going up. Contrary to our general belief and perception. On BTOE today, coal is still 30%, and renewable is only 2%. And this 30% we will see, is there a chance of it being displaced or not in our subsequent slides. In our country recently, MOEF, Ministry of Environment and Forests, came out with a very draconian circular, which brings in particulate matter tightening, which is not that draconian. Sulfur, SOx, NOx and mercury, there were no norms in India. Now these have been brought in, and the challenges are huge because it will entail huge cost, it will require time, feasibility is also important because space may not be there, and time limit is too little to get it done. India typically carries 18% of world's population and uses 6% of world's primary energy. Over 50% of capacity in 2040 now marginally will come from nuclear and renewable. New coal-based power represents nearly 50% of capacity added worldwide. That means coal is still relevant, and India offers a center stage to this goal. In that light, stranding of huge assets is very significant to note. Power sector, generation, transmission, distribution has been given attention. Fuel and market issue remain challenge. Coal sector with the recent policies and acts, greed shoots in law. Oil and gas liberated. Renewable features strong private investment, and nuclear sector is controlled by central government. This is the panorama. Primary demand in energy going forward. The share, if we see, coal in 2013 is 44%, and 2040 would be 49%. And this is the remodel scenario. That means this is not business as usual scenario. Even then, coal will offer more capacity, more demand in this sector. This is taken from latest international energy agency's India Energy Outlook, and page number is also there. So it does not suggest any dramatic shift contrary to our general perception. Conclusion, coal-based stations to remain relevant in India, investments are highly capital intensive and long gestation period, large public money involved. About 30% is invested through equity and 70% through debt from public institutions. So these are all public money which is stranded. About 25,000 megawatt capacity now stranded because of fuel policy flip-flop. May have large impact on the energy portfolio in India, and immediate government attention is therefore needed. That's all. Thank you very much. There is question.
In spite of lot of efforts to reduce dependence on fossil fuels, your presentation has indicated that it will increase from 71% in 2013 to 80%, 81% I think in 2040. 41%, 49%. So that means even up to 2040 we don't anticipate any Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. You said that major flip-flopping policy does result in such standing of such projects. What is the reason for this change, and in the face of such glaring obvious error, how has it persisted, and what can be done to mitigate it?
Did not make any reality check while inviting these people. They have issued these letters of assurance, and the developers believed on this assurance because in the past it never happened that government went back on its written assurances. There is a term called statutory and estoppel. That means that answers your second question. Based on these assurances, there was a legitimate expectation created in the mind of these developers who went headlong to invest. And why developers? You see, developers backed by the huge financial market. SBI, Canada Bank, all the large banks, PNB, private banks, all are in huge trouble now. Why did it happen? Because suddenly in 2011, they realized that there will not be enough coal. They should have done that calculation long back. And this was also instigated by the first conflict which was seen between development of mine and environmental restrictions. So many of the mines which had to come could not come in due time. And how to manage this is very difficult. One simple answer could be step up domestic production of coal But that easier said than done. We have to see. But it's about close to 1,50,000 crore of public money being stranded. It has the potential of pulling down the entire bank's NPA.
So the amount committed yesterday by the government for the entire Food Security Act comes out to 1,30,000 crores. And we're saying funds landed 1,30,000 crores. So I think that's of the magnitude of the crisis.
Yes, please. Yes, please. This kind actually stranding happened. Stranding happened in Europe. Stranding happened because their fabric of development and their fabric of investment is not like Indian fabric. In India, developers go headlong based on government assurances because fuel market is controlled and dominated by government. It's not so there. There sometimes it happened because of nature of market, demand supply variation. But never in India and to my limited knowledge, I don't think anywhere except some African country where policy flop is very habitual. This kind of huge flop that you play with the major raw material of this 1,50,000 megawatt investment. So I don't see any parallel there. Thank you. Yes, sir. Correct. Correct. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. It is unfortunate not only from the developer's point of view. It is unfortunate for the trust of the public money. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for walking us through the topic that is reversal in fuel linkage, policy and its impact on Indian independent power producers. Mr. Bhattacharya has discussed about economies of power sector of India and the world, the major challenges faced by the power industry, and the renewable integration issues, world energy mix, and the Indian energy scenario. Hope that was a beneficial session, especially for the power and energy sector domain. Now, may I request Head of Department Power and Infrastructure Management, Dr. Anil Kumar, to present our guest with the memento. So please accept our token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Now proceeding with the session forward, and with our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Vikas Singh, I would like to request Sagar to tell a few words about Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Nalini. Dr. Vikas Singh, Director PGPM Energy at Great Lakes Institute of Management and Research, Gurgaon. He did his MBA in Energy from CT College of Business, University of Houston, Texas, US in 2014. PhD in foreign exchange risk management, and MA in economics from University Business School, Punjab University. He held the position of Dean of Academics at Delhi School of Professional Studies and Research in the present Delhi. He also headed the Center of Continuing Education, PhD and EMBA programs at University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun, for nearly 4 years. Sir, we are so delighted to have you on board. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Dr. Vikas Prakash.
So good afternoon. I am so elated to be back here. I've been with this university for around 5 years, and the smile on my face definitely makes it evident that I am so very happy here. We recently I had met General Narang, and we were talking about the campus, and I didn't know that I will get the opportunity of being here amongst you people so early, so quickly. To begin with, thanks to Dr. Tarun Dhingra that he invited me for this particular talk on declining crude oil prices and its ramifications. The slide changer, how does it work? Okay, all right. So this is quite an interesting topic that he gave to me, and as you have seen in my introduction, economics is my passion. I like to see how things are moving up, how the demand is moving up, how the demand is going down, and prices are a result of interaction between the supply and demand for any particular commodity. So when we are talking about the prices of crude oil, the context has to be understood very well, otherwise the meanings change. Same statement, prices have fallen. We used to cheer a lot, and in fact our Prime Minister also mentioned that if I am so lucky for the country that crude oil prices have come down. So what's wrong with this? But the same falling of crude oil prices has changed the sentiments. Somehow we are now having a one full address for a conference on this side whether the prices which have plummeted so low, whether they're good or not so good. So the earlier phase expression is when we had seen that for 4 years the crude oil prices remained above $100. And each year we will spend millions of dollars on let's say if we are importing 3.8 million barrels of oil, consuming 3.8 million barrels of oil per day, and $100 per barrel. So around $4 million we are spending every day on crude oil consumption. As the prices started coming down, we seem to be pretty happy. But after a certain period, after prices started coming down from $60 to $50, the other side of the concern started coming up. So we will discuss about that, why that is happening. The concerns have become so that we probably may see that the Make in India campaign which we are talking about that may not be so successful. And whether this line is going to move or it is going to be a stillborn baby, we'll see that. The whole discussion is about this particular graph. We have seen that by 2014, 15, we used to have a lot of deficits in terms of crude oil. And we've seen that the demand has been outstripping the supply. And after 2013, we see that gradually the supply started increasing. And now the gap between supply and demand is pretty high. And gradually which led to the downfall of the prices. These bars they show the storage of crude oil. To the extent that the supply has exceeded demand, we see that the storage is also now reaching its capacity. How does this impact? There are various dimensions that we will be looking at. When we see that the crude oil price changes, it can impact our exports, it can impact the remittances which we get from outside, and together these two will define our current account deficit. It will definitely have an impact on inflation. It will have an impact on our refineries. Okay, what has happened? Whether the higher prices of crude oil, it seems that if the price is $100 and the gross refining margin is let's say $4. So in a way, not exactly, but we can say that we are earning probably 4 rupees over an investment of 100 rupees. Today when the prices have come down, they have come down to $30. And if we are maintaining a GRM of around $4, so it seems as if our overall profitability has increased substantially. But somehow it is not happening, which we will see when we look at the dissection of the accounts of various oil companies that we have. The crude oil prices, as they remain high, the 4 years momentum of very high crude oil prices has led to significant investment in the renewable energy and energy efficiency areas, because of which we have seen, at least for the OECD nations, the absolute amount of energy consumption has started falling down. It has fallen largely because we are becoming more and more energy efficient. And we see that probably there are some signs of the same coming towards the non-OECD countries also, as the energy efficiency, especially in China, has increased. We see that the demand for energy has come down from China also. Overall, when we are looking at the impact of the crude oil prices, so impact is to be seen in terms of its impact on how our economy moves. So when we say our economy, this picture I am depicting as an economy where we have our households, where we have the productive agents, and the money flows between this. Part of the money can go to the external sector, and then the external sector can also bring some money from outside and bring it into the flow. The faster we move, more richer people get. The wider we move, more richer people get. We will come back to this slide again and again, trying to emphasize how the economy performs with different. I will skip the. If we look at 73 was the oil shock, the first oil shock that the world got, and after that we can see that the production and consumption have been moving in probably in tandem. Okay. There is very high correlation between the two. That also shows that whenever the consumption has tend to come down, the producers have also brought down their production so as to maintain the prices at a certain level. And largely this was done by a country called Saudi Arabia, which has a huge spare capacity available with it, and it would cut down on its production, because of which the prices will remain almost stable. And that is why it has also earned the name called swing producer. But of late, when the supplies of crude oil started increasing, largely from US, because this increase in production capacity in US is definitely not a temporary phenomena. And whatever demand it is going to replace, this would be a permanent replacement of demand. And that is why the Middle East countries would also not to cut back. Earlier it was either Russia or it was Saudi Arabia which used to cut down on production, but now they cannot. And incidentally, there are a lot of other countries like Iraq, Iran, Nigeria, Venezuela, which are wanting to increase their productions. Why? Because largely their output, the production which they have, the amount of oil they can sell, will provide them the revenue to run their governments. So this is data available till 2014, and we see that there is a large amount of very high correlation and small gaps are being maintained. There are now, if we want to find out cause and effects, there are a variety of stories, and if as we look at different kind of data, we can infer different kind of things. Okay, there are people who are bashing Saudi Arabia for this problem because they are not cutting down on production. There are people who are wanting to accuse China because they are slowing down. Some people say that it is deliberate slowdown. And if we look at some certain role of statistics, we can also put blame on US. And I'll just give a glimpse of that, and later on I would want you people to carry on thinking about it and do some research further and find out who actually is the real culprit, or it is somehow the circumstances have brought things like this. Through this figure, what I wanted to show was this is the period end of 2001 when China has joined WTO. That means it gets the most favored nation status from rest of the world. And since then, all of a sudden, we see that commodity prices, this chart is showing crude oil prices, they go up like this. At the same time, we will see that US has also tried to put more and more money into the economy. 2000 Y2K scare. And then the US is getting into a recession, but the recession for any other country before this, 1997 crisis or Argentinian crisis or Mexican crisis, every time IMF has prescribed that if the country is in crisis, they should squeeze the expenditure. Here we see totally opposite, where we see that the moment 2001 dot-com bust happened, there was a huge money supply created by US economy. And that is what we see, that one side the growing hunger of China, on the other hand the growing expanding money supply by US, it leads to a very huge income effect, and that is why the prices start going up. There are researches that show that it is not just the oil prices going up, but coal, iron ore, steel, all other commodities. We were seeing that the world was growing around 4.5%, 4.6%. And on an average, if the world is growing at 4.5%, that means a huge growth, huge GDP growth. Then we have the global recession. And once again, after 2009, we see that there is a substantial rise in oil prices. And this period is also marked with, what is it marked with? Huge amount of dollar being printed from US. And not only dollars being printed from US, since 2007, Japan has also been printing yens, and they've been dumping all this money all around the world. And that is what we see, that all of a sudden large amount of money has been created, which has created more demand for all the commodities, and the prices have gone up. And finally, as it is said that anything that goes up has to come down, the prices seem to be crashing once again. Iron ore producers Rio Tinto, BHP Billiton Vale continue to produce huge quantities. Once again, at one point of earlier I mentioned that there is a fight for market share between countries. There is a fight for market share between companies also. And this period is being seen as a very, very aggressive period, although the prices seem to be down, but the warfare has increased. And they believe that they can bring down the prices to such an extent that there will be certain smaller companies, inefficient companies, largely, many of them maybe in India also, which can be acquired gradually. So there is a war for market share. copper in Peru, Zambia, Chile, all of these countries, they are largely dependent on export of commodities. They are commodity rich countries and their revenues will increase if they can export more. When each unit of good fetches them lesser revenue, then they tend to produce more and export more. And as all of them tend to export more, the prices start coming down. As the supply would increase, the prices start coming down. Sugar, the same case. Coal prices are down by, they were around $120 and now they are ranging around $55, $60. As I was telling you that 2000 onwards, the prices, the US shale, US oil production, it starts increasing from 2008 onwards. This is again associated with huge amount of money supply being created. If we look at the shale gas production, this is again from 2006 onwards, we're seeing a huge amount of gas production. So it started, the revolution started with huge amount of gas production, and gradually large number of people started producing this gas as they got the technology. Then the first movers into the gas production, they realized that very soon we are going to have a glut about gas. So let us start shifting towards oil, and that is how we see that oil. And it cannot be sheer coincidence that the period when there is a huge amount of money supply being created, at the same time these kind of huge phenomena start happening. This I'll skip. I wanted to say a few things about this, but we'll skip. So the world today is so interdependent that it has become a need that every agent in this world is prosperous and wanting to demand more. If any of these agents they fall sick, earlier we used to scare that if US sneezes, the world will come to a halt. Today the same thing has happened in case of China. And people say yes, it is because of China that it is slowing down, its appetite has come down, because of which demand for commodities has come down. But do you remember, at one point of time we were also very scared that if Greece defaults on its sovereign bonds, the world will come to a halt. So the things are in such a manner that it is a puzzle where everybody is balancing someone else. And we just cannot feel happy that China is slowing down and India is going to be #1 fastest growing economy in the world. There is no pride in saying that. What is important is that each commodity, each market, each country tends to grow at a uniform speed so that we are able to balance each other. And that is what we're seeing in this. A phenomena happened in United States, huge amount of oil and gas being produced, and in the previous presentation we also saw that gradually the coal will find its place again, and this scenario shows that huge amount of gas and oil being produced here. They also had huge amount of coal reserves, but gas and oil could not be exported, coal could be exported. Whereas this area, Europe, they were highly dependent on gas from Russia, which was becoming a rogue supplier. So they wanted to switch on to something else. And prior to 2014, the gas prices were also very high. So all this additional coal from here, it found its way to Europe. And as the production here happens, the crude oil coming from Middle East and the gas coming from Europe, from Africa, from South America, all these, today North America, United States of America is not importing any amount of gas. It is producing all gas within the country. And because of that, the riches of all these places, it gets disturbed. We've seen that Saudi Arabia, which also tends to take the maximum amount of our exports, around exports to Saudi Arabia from India have come down by 46%. And that is because the oil revenues of Saudi Arabia has come down and they are running a deficit of 98 billion. So as the incomes of other countries will start shrinking, it may be Russia, may it be uh, Saudi Arabia, may it be Venezuela, may it be Nigeria, our country will get affected. Bharti Airtel has a huge exposure in Africa. Because of the Nigerian currency devaluating, now the stocks of Bharti Airtel has come down. This is the kind of effect that a particular country can have on our companies. The exports to UAE has come down by 10%, Saudi Arabia 46%, Oman 18%, Kuwait, Qatar 16%, and so on. It all tends to reduce the external income which was coming from here, which will boost the flow of income within the economy. Around 70 billion worth of money is remitted by the foreigners staying in the country. As those countries experience lesser incomes, the money coming into our country will also reduce. This is an analysis that shows the amount of labor that goes into foreign countries, because of which they'll be able to send lesser money to us. This is one analysis that we did for the impact on oil marketing companies. You can see this is somehow the axis moves from 14 to 15. This is quarterly results coming here. And we see that the profit as well as sales of IOCL has also come down, largely because of the inelastic demand, and the government also decided to cushion the decrease in prices by increasing the taxes. So we see that the sales have come down and the profits have come down. This is the annual figure where we see that this is up to September 2015. This is up to March 2015. BPCL, the prices, the sale has come down, the profits have come down. This is annual treatment. This is again HPCL. We see negligible profits happening, and there is between 2 quarters there is a huge shrink in the sales. Same is the situation. This was quite obvious that as the crude oil prices will come down, the revenues for ONGC and Oil India will definitely come down, which is becoming evident from these. So what we are seeing is in this, as one particular commodity price starts coming down, we are trying to say that a market is shrinking. This shrinking market will have an impact on other markets. Largely, we used to feel that this is a zero-sum game. So if money is not getting its due return in this market, it will go to the other market. But actually what is happening is that every market is tending to kill money, because of which the rest of the markets are also getting pulled down. So today, the large amount of money which has been printed globally, which created huge amount of demand, which also created huge amount of leverage into various companies, that time period needs to be allowed so that these companies become deleveraged. And probably people were thinking that it would take somewhere around 8 years. Now the objective is that probably the belief is that probably it will take us 10 years to deleverage all this additionally pumped in money into the global economy. And soon, probably by 2017, and we would see that the markets would start rising. Unless there is, people say there is a huge hope from Africa. If a huge amount of demand gets propelled from African countries, we will see that the crude oil prices can be controlled. The commodity prices will again see an upswing. Thank you so much from my side. Any questions you have, please let me know.
You have projected the crude prices. Of course, there's also a dollar foreign exchange fluctuations. China is, of course, not wanting to depreciate its currency for export purposes. Having said that, there is a quantum of economics which is purely internal. A balance of payments, the foreign exchange, is one component of economics. But in terms of India, in particular, we may have a larger internal economy than what we want foreign exchange for. Like, for example, China has got an internal economy, also got an external force. The Japanese are entirely external. But in this context, how does your impact fall in terms? Because you talked about foreign exchange, you talked about crude prices. That is related to foreign exchange on an export bill. But that may not affect us too much, I think. I don't know, it's only a position for you. And the question is, does foreign exchange really exert so much of an influence on our economics, internal economics?
So, foreign exchange, it does influence our economy. We have seen the moment 2 years back, the moment US Central Bank mentioned that we are going to reduce the quantitative easing. But at the same time, they said that we will still not increase the interest rates. We saw there was a huge outflow of dollars from our country. The exchange rate from around 42, 43, it went up to 68. So this is the kind of vulnerability that our country has against foreign influences. But at the same time, I am of this very similar opinion as yours that we've got a very strong domestic economy and we've got to work upon that. And that is why I also stressed on Make in India. But there also we will need to have a support from a lot of foreign companies coming here and pumping money. Apart from that, the initiatives like Jan Dhan Yojana scheme, the Digital India scheme, the startup fund, and variety of these things which have been started, it will create a huge amount of domestic demand. And that is why we will not be affected as much by the foreign developments to the extent any other this kind of a country gets affected. So in fact, you would have read in the news recently, we said that every time a global crisis comes, India seems to be largely insulated because to that. And that is because of the strength of our domestic economy. But at the same time, we cannot neglect the onslaught from the external sector also. Yeah.
It was 68 about 2 years back. Again, it has plummeted to 68 now. It was, hovering around 60 sometime back, or 6 months back. Why it has gone? The rupee has gone against the dollar.
So there is a difference between that change to 68 and this change to 68. In that, in today's 68 rupees per dollar, it shows that it still shows that we have not had that kind of volatility as compared to any other emerging country. Our volatility has been least And if we look at the real effective exchange rates, then we are still strong in vis-a-vis, not against dollar, but most of the other countries. So ours is still considered to be most stable currency despite all this happening. Now, why is this happening is US has a very strong position. US economy has been growing, because of which all the surplus money which the other countries have, they tend to plow it back into the US markets. And because of that, dollar appreciates. So we may have depreciated against dollar, which every other currency is doing, but we have depreciated to the least account.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Because of paucity of time, we cannot take any questions.
Because of paucity of time, we request you to take all your queries to the lunch time. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. And the overview given by sir over the crude oil prices and the declining crude oil prices and its ramifications, I hope it will surely benefit to the students. Now I request Dr. Neeraj Anand, sir, HOD, Logistics Supply Chain Management, to present the memento to the guests. Please accept this token of appreciation. Thank you very much, sir.
This is an announcement that the cultural evening of ICMI will be organized today evening at 5 p.m. in the garden area. The presence of all for the exciting evening will be of great pleasure for us.
So we assemble here at 2:35, 30 minutes from now, for a session on Solar Alliance and Indian leadership. I request all the guests and paper presenters to join lunch at Lawns. Volunteers, please proceed to hostel mess for lunch after collecting your coupons from the hospitality team. We are going to start sharp at 2:35. Students, kindly be seated, please.
क्या बोल रहा है बोलो। हाँ कह रहा हूँ मैं क्या बोलूँ। Give me back, please. Don't lose it. It's a gifted pen, that's why. I am. देख रहा हूँ बच्चा. I request all the I request छुपा के पियो. लॉक कराएंगे. मैम हो गया वो रेडी है. उनका स्वैप हो गया है. करोना करे पर प्रमोद सर का सेशन आपस में स्वैप हो गया है. I request all the students to leave the hall in an organized way. Behave like MBAs. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? There is no voice. Wait a moment.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Welcome back to International Conference on Management of
I don't know if I can be. Oh, muting. Okay, wait a moment.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Welcome back to International Conference on Management of Infrastructure. So moving on to the conference, the next speaker that I am calling on is Dr. Marek Zoborowski, President of Institute for Environmental Economics Association, freelance consultants, energy, environment, economy, business, associate consultant in ECORYS, energy, evaluation of feasibility studies. He is a chemical engineer from Radford University of Technology. He did his MSc in chemical technology. He is currently in Poland. It's our privilege for us to have a live session of Dr. Marek Zoborowski. I request the IT team to commence the video conferencing session.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to talk to you. Actually, for me this is very strange experience. I feel that you are there, but I cannot see you. Sorry, I don't know how to interact with you, but I will try to do best. So first of all, I will share my screen. Yeah. I hope that you can see it. Now you can see my name written in Hindi. I already, because I really appreciate Indian culture and Indian achievements. And I'm really, I'm really fascinated by your approach to renewable energy. Before I go further, I have to say that it was very difficult for me to really understand what you are doing. I tried to find good information, for example, about solar parks, and it was very difficult to get. So I really need to learn from the scratch, and now I'm going to present you how I understand the process. So you will see my European perspective. What I'm going to talk about, wait a moment, here, I'm going to try to answer why Europe has already lost impetus, what drives the global market, and what is the International Solar Alliance concept about. So, this is map of Europe, and the major driver of European renewable energy market was Germany. Germany really influenced the entire continent. They wanted to make technology as advanced as possible and later do business around selling this technology. Also, climate issues were quite important for Europe. So Europe set up
certain targets, which are now getting even more ambitious. But you can see green areas of Scandinavia, really. So this is something what is driven by the culture. Scandinavians really care about nature, environment, so this is why they wanted to introduce as much renewable energy as possible. And also they have natural resources, mainly water. Here you can see EU high voltage power grid. Europe is really connected to the grid. There is no country in Europe which has less than 100% of coverage. What is really important is that we really have to maintain our grid, but we don't have to develop anything new, and we don't have to develop. We don't have to develop new connections. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but as general, this is correct picture. EU electricity prices. Energy in Europe has already dropped a lot. You can see in 2012 the price was about 50 and now it's about 35. The consequences are quite important for the entire energy sector. Sector just is losing profits. Is losing also interest of investors, losing liquidity, so they are getting some troubles. The traditional energy sector is not so attractive for investors as was before. And electricity consumption in Europe. Electricity consumption for years is already stable, and even in Poland is decreasing year by year. It means that there is no real need for new investments. Still, I'm exaggerating, but if we compare this needs to needs of India, there are really no needs. And the other important thing, the levelized cost of electricity. The brownfield, the brownfield, there is a area where energy levelized costs are comparable to the cost of power generated from fossil fuels. And this graph is designed for 2 years, 2010 and 2014. And in the center of the graph, you can see yellow and brown dots and lines. These dots and lines shows that energy generated from solar panels is constantly getting cheaper. But also, what is important, the energy from fossil fuels is getting cheaper. What is even more interesting is that this year was the year when the record of installation of new renewable resources was hit once more. It means that the attractiveness of renewable energy sector is not connected to the price of traditional energy sources. This is very important. This is turning point. Usually, these two measures were very comparable, and the investments were calculated against fossil fuel prices. So now I'm getting to the next part. About I just would like to show or stress differences between India and Europe. So what is the driver for India? First of all, there is genuine hunger for power. The vast majority of humans are blessed with finance through the air. Yet many are without any source of power, said your Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is very, very important. You have a lot of resources, but you don't have power. On the map, you can see solar radiation, which is distributed unequally. You can see Europe. Europe is rather green, but India and other countries between Cancer and Capricorn are red. You have some, so you have a really great opportunity to gain something from some new money from this sector. And this is logo of International Solar Alliance. I'm very proud because the logo is invented by our team, and I hope that it will be the official logo of the entire Solar Alliance. The logo consists of 121 dots. Each dot represents one country. So there is 121 countries between Cancer and Capricorn, which are associated in new initiative, International Solar Alliance. And what else is necessary to say? Ajay Mathur said the idea is that larger markets and bigger volumes will lead to lower costs, making it possible to spur demand. It means that if these 121 countries will join forces, will create bigger markets, they will really can develop something, some new value, new prices. This is very important. So what India can deliver not only to these 121 countries, but also to the entire world, really, because as I showed you at the beginning, Europe, which was traditionally leader, is already left, and the revolution is really in your hands. So, first of all, you have growing market. On this slide, you can see that energy demand will grow mainly in China and India. This is very important. What else? This slide I like the most. One of the latest issues of India today, the title "Devil in the Diesel." You have 90 gigawatts of power, of capacity, located in small diesel generators. 90 gigawatts. 90 gigawatts means that Poland has about 30 gigawatts. So this is capacity which can supply electricity for 3 countries like my country, like Poland. Quite an important country in Europe. You already have distributed generation of energy. You have it. we don't have it in Europe, but we have it. There's just a question of replacement of diesel into solar, and you have something unique, extraordinary all over the world. And solar parks. This is something what was invented in Gujarat in 2013. The Gujarat park was created, and the costs of energy generated at this park are relatively high. But what you have done, you gained really knowledge from this park, and now, step by step, park by park, you are getting smaller and smaller tariff, and the last tariff is something that is really comparable to the generation of electricity from fossil fuels. You've done it, and you have something very innovative. This is not technical innovation, but you have very important organizational innovation which can be replicated in 121 countries between Capricorn and Cancer. So, conclusions. India already is a leader in renewable energy. Organization, I mean especially organization of solar parks. This is excellent innovative export product. India will develop market solutions for distributed energy generation. I'm really convinced that you will do this, because you already have this distributed market. It's a question of organization of the business. You will develop it. Maybe you will need some money, but everything is here. In Paris, India made political leapfrog, changing global narration about renewable energy and climate. India showed that first of all, you need to protect your GDP growth, you have to act against poverty and so on and so on, but also you showed some very positive signal to the world that you are really willing to do something important. And the last but not least slide is about us, about me and Professor Prasum Dwivendi from your university. We are cooperating with SECI, Solar Energy Corporation in India, and we have prepared something what is very unique in the market. Investors guide for solar parks in India. The only document where you can really find all information, very, very short, but all relevant information about solar parks. I am very proud of this work. So thank you, Professor Dwivendi, for cooperation in this project. And thank you very much for your attention. Okay, what should I do now? Should I
That was a knowledgeable and interesting section on Solar Alliance. So for the queries, if you have any query, you can contact him through email. The email address is marek@idom.com. I repeat, marek@idom.com. So moving forward, to call another distinguished speaker, Dr. Pramod Kumar Mishra, I request Nalini to introduce Dr. Mishra to the audience.
Thank you, Sagar.
Mr. Pramod Kumar Mishra, Head HR, Simplex Infrastructure Limited, Delhi Zone, recipient of CIDC Vishwakarma Award in 2010 for Outstanding Technologist, has graduated in Economics, IR and HRM. He is a certified internal quality auditor ISO 9001 and a certified trainer in extended DIS. He has published research papers, articles and authored a book on real estate marketing in Delhi NCR and drinking water in Delhi. In his 25 years of experience, he has worked in Apex academic institutions, a former director and professor of National Institute of Construction, Management and Research, Delhi campus. He has organized and conducted more than 400 management and executive programs. It is an honor to have you among us, sir. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for welcoming Mr. Mishra onto the stage.
Good afternoon, dear students, faculty members, and the distinguished guests from industry who have come over here. At the outset, I would like to thank the UPES, the College of Management and Infrastructure Department, for inviting me to speak on the subject which has been given to me, the role of HR in infrastructure development in the globalization and digitalization era. I was hearing, this session, a couple of sessions this morning, and basically it is in the power sector and energy sector. One of the important element of the infrastructure sector. And if you ask me, being an HR person, especially in the construction industry, this is one area where the industry is looking forward this project because in the last couple of years, I think there has been a slowdown in the infrastructure sector, and especially in the power sector. I remember, the 2 years back, 2013 up to in fact, 12, if I can say, the huge, the demand was there of the power sector, especially the thermal power. If I say that we categorize the power into three areas, one is the thermal, nuclear and hydro. And the maximum you see the project used to come in the thermal power sector, and that is the coal handling power sector, which normally, the Simplex is one of the company which has done the maximum power, projects in the country. And today, if you see, because of the government policies and other factors, there has been recession and but I'll tell you one thing. I was just discussing a few hours back with some faculty that this is one area where the huge opportunity is there. This is one power and another oil and gas. Although this the second part has been not been still being being in that level, it has been reached or we have not been capitalized which normally should a country as India. But I must say that it is a huge opportunity there. I think Reliance is one of the industry in India who are putting a lot of money and doing a lot of good jobs in there, especially in the Jamnagar project where we are working. So it is really, this the event and especially the energy, power and the infrastructure sector, the three areas which you have taken, in this conference is really commendable. Now, I am going to speak, which is a very, a different type of topic, basically interesting to the students, maybe because all of them look forward to the potential employers in once they pass out, especially the final year students, and yes, the first year, the students too are also very keen to know. And the role of HR in infrastructure sector, let me tell you, is very, very challenging. None other than like me, who is facing the last a decade in this organization, can I be able to say it's a daunting task. It's different from the other sector. Let it be financial sector, or manufacturing sector, or IT sector, but in the construction, in the infrastructure sector, it is really a totally different ball game. And we every day, HR has to face a lot of challenges, difficulties, but despite of that, the role which they play in the infrastructure development is very vital and important. Just to give you some of the presentation I have made it, you'll see that starting. I hope it's okay. Okay. Again, just come back. No, forward. In the morning, I was interacting with the students, the first year student of infrastructure management, this, and the same thing I was sharing with to them how important nowadays is the infrastructure, the sector is, and what are the chances of you guys. But before that, what you have to do it. Basically, being a student of infrastructure management, until unless you equip yourself, the chances will not be bright as you think it. But yes, this is one area where you have to play a vital role, and you have to understand first what is about the infrastructure development. Right from beginning, just to tell you, to begin with this about the infrastructure development, it defines is that there is the basic physical and organizational structures needed for the operation of society or enterprise, or the services and the facilities necessary for an economic function. For any economic function, I think this is a very important area. The physical and organizational, the structures need to be operated. See, there are two things. We ask what is infrastructure. The mentality is that in general, say the infrastructure, basically you tell about the building, you tell about the computer, tables, chairs, and all these things. But on the whole, the other side of the picture is that when we talk about infrastructure development, then one has to understand what this means. That it is basically means refer to technical structures that support the society, the economy as what? In such as the roads, the highways, railways, ports, urban infrastructure, water supply, telecommunications, and so forth. The problem is that most of us we do not know what the infrastructure includes. It is very important for all of us to understand the two connotations. One is the infrastructure general, and one is infrastructure for the sake of the economy when you are talking about the technical terms. So here I have the two areas I have put it. One is generally the basic physical and organizational structures needed for the operation for any society or organization, or the services that is requires to facilitate the economy basically and to function it. Whereas in technical terms, this is what it defines. I think this is very important to understand. That's why in the beginning I just wanted to clear it. Now, is again going back? I think some problem is there. Okay, fine. Let me give you the idea of the types of infrastructure development we have. Normally being the infrastructure company, which are the areas we focus on: transportation, energy, communication, and urban infrastructure. People also say that what about the building and construction? You can include, but by and large, the infrastructure sector can, comprises of these four. In transportation, let's understand, it's road and highways, railways, seaports, marine, you have been taught the port area, the harbors, and this jetties, waters, wharfs, breakwaters, all these things. Then airport civil aviation is a part. Then mass transit system is basically. Then in energy, I think enough has been talked since morning. The power plants, as I said, they classified in three parts: thermal, hydro, and nuclear. Power networks, natural gas pipeline, petroleum pipelines. See, this is the one area where Reliance is doing a huge work. The project in the Jamnagar, Gujarat, refinery in petrochemicals. And we are one of the contractors working there since 1996. And I tell you, it's a huge area, and that is the world's largest refinery sector. And some of you, if you really get some chance to go and see that project, you will definitely love to see the kind of the infrastructure they are doing it, and the development they are doing it, the project they are doing it is really fabulous. Then the water. This is another area of your infrastructure. The part is very important. Drinking water supply, sewage treatment plants. When you have a drainage system, irrigation, and flood controlling system. In communication, your telephone network, mobile network, cable, television. Let me tell you, the mobile network. 3G, 2G, 4G. Reliance. We have been doing the project for Reliance, the 4G in Mumbai, in Bangalore, other cities, which is coming, in a very big way. And I'm hopeful, by next year, you will find, the 4G will be all over the country in India. So this is, a part of this telecommunication part, internet and satellites. Just for your information, I'm just giving this presentation to just for your knowledge. The projected investment in infrastructure sector. See the 12-5 year, the comparison I have done for your academic record, benefit, that is 11 5-year plan and the 12 5-year plan. You see basically the investment in the crores, 15 lakh crores, 15 lakh crores, more than that being will be invested in the electricity. Renewable energy is 3 lakh. More than road and bridges. Now, like this is a project investment being given. Railways is 5 lakhs, you can say. Then the ports is 1,97,781, and oil and gas is basically 1,48,000. See, the major part, if you see, the basically electricity and renewable energy is there, and then is the road and bridges, and then finally you can, the railways now track laying. I tell you one thing. In railway, we have two parts. One is the track laying, another is the metros. Today, the metros are only the metro company, the cities, but slowly now it's going to smaller cities. Like very soon you will find in Kanpur, metros will be there. Allahabad metros will be there. Then you have Nagpur metro. So these are the cities, small cities, and basically when you have smart cities which has come up, the 20 smart cities. Recently, which has been announced that Bhubaneswar is number 1, where the metro is not there. And that is one of the prerequisite of being a smart city, that the transportation has to be very smart. I think very soon you will find it. But overall, $1 trillion dollar investment, which has been projected by the government of India in 12 5-year plan. That is very interesting, and the 5-year plan is going to be over by next year. So now the 30-year 5-year plan will come. By the time, then you will come to know next year how much of the money has been spent by the government in the last 5 years, and that will be an interesting figure, because the infrastructure sector, which has been a slowdown in the last 3 years, I don't think so. You are going to get a good academic figure there.
But yes, the 85-year plan, which we foresee will be a very interesting and good for the nation, depends on how the government works upon it. The work which has started basically is currently in the road and highways. Today, around 10,000 crore of project road and highways has been announced. Alone in Jharkhand, 6,495 crore project has been announced. Haryana recently has been 8,000 announced. Like the other state government in other places, it's all NHI work. It's the work which is being started. The good thing is that the project which was earlier the PPP model, public-private partnership, is now being given by the government to the EPC model. So that's a good thing where the companies, construction companies are unable to come forward and do the project because of the lack of the fund. And the government, the banks are also not supporting it. But now at least that confidence has come and they are coming forward. In fact, very recently, few days back, I think a week back, the finance minister called the contractors, the good construction companies, and said, now you go ahead and take the project and do it. So hopefully the things will be better in the coming years. Now let me give you the glimpse of the features of the infrastructure organization. It's very important to understand. See, as I said, it is much different from the other organization, the other sector. In this infrastructure, it's totally different. Where you find basically the complexities are there, and it has different due to because of the diversity of work nature. Second, it is unique. You see, each project is a unique. It is different from others. We have a project of like the power is there, road and highways is there, building is there, industry like cement plant, your steel plant and all this. See, every project, the project is different in nature and it is unique in itself. The scope of the project you see is totally unique. So it's not, you can find it's the same thing as you find in the other sector, but here it's totally different, very challenging. Third feature of this organization is the mobility. So each project has different site and environment. Yes, if you see the projects are being run in the Kashmir, is extreme cold. Now we are doing a project at Srinagar, and we are doing flyover. That flyover is of 6 kilometers, but it's a great challenge for us. In this extreme cold and minus degree, the problems of getting the work done through laborers, the workers. At the end of the day, they are the people who does the construction. So that is an extreme warm. If you go to the hot in Rajasthan, where we were making iron in Udaipur, this construction is going on. And I know that after 3 months, you will find the people will be able to not able to work. When we were doing the project in Bhubaneswar, from Bhubaneswar to Chandigarh road project, there was a circular from the department, road and highway, the work will, construction will be stopped from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock because acute is 49 degrees Celsius, the sun was there, the degree temperature. So, these are some features in this type of project in the infrastructure. Then we have the multiplicity. The involvement of different department agency is equally important because no project can be complete, can be accomplished without the support of other department. And the most important is the seasonality of the human resource. The construction, the infrastructure project, we have 4 kind of player here. One is manager, we have engineers, we have supervisors and foremen, and the workers. And the most important is the crucial part where we face a problem, the HR is this problem, is getting the labor, is the worker. And that is true, is skilled worker. Nowadays you must be hearing, the buzz is there that we need a skilled worker, skilled carpenter, skilled mason, a welder, electrician, there should be a license holder. And you see, the very few workers you find, they are very skilled. There was days when the people used to learn from their fathers, forefathers, the tradition was like that.
But today the things have gone. Now in the world of this urbanization and globalization, now people are, and that is true for the rural areas, the things are being shifting towards urban area, things are being totally being, going down and down, and this is one area, the crunch is there. And that is why the government of India has taken the mission is there, National Skill Development Corporation has come up, skill development mission has come up. Why? Because to train such people, to give attention to such people and train them so that they can enhance employability and industry can get the workers and the people. Another is, in this type of future of organization, you have the executives and the support organization. They're temporary. See, the profit centers in the infrastructure is a construction site. The project site is basically time bound. It's basically 1 year to range just to 3 years or 4. Nowadays, all project site construction is mechanized. Is basically you will find the duration of the project which was supposed to be 20 years, 30 years back, where you used to take 3 years, 4 years. Now you have to complete in 1 year. So that is squeezed, condensed. So it's not a very easy task. And this because of the reason, the challenge is more and more for the infrastructure organization. That is for the human resource. I just would like to give you just a reference with just a small definition or for your information. What does we mean by the globalization and urbanization, digitalization? And I think this is very important to understand for you students, because end of the day you will find it in the country like India. This is happening actually. This is happening, and that is too happening in the construction industry, infrastructure sector. How? So I will just explain you when in the next slide. This is process of the world shrinkage or distance is getting shorter, things moving closer. And in pertains to the increasing ease which somebody on the one side of the world can interact to mutual benefit with somebody on the other side of the world. Now, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we say in the Sanskrit the word is true. In India, we do the projects, the work we do, we find a lot of people from the other countries, they do come, and our people also go to the abroad and they do work, and they are doing, they have done a remarkable, a good job, where we have got a good name and fame. That is a wonder they have done it. So this basically the globalization part has really worked and has given a lot of opportunity, to the society, to the nation, and to the people. But the problem is that here the challenge is to be faced with HR people here. How it is, I'll tell you. Second is the urbanization, where the population shift from the rural to the urban area, and the gradual increase in the population of people living in urban areas, and the ways in which society adapts to change. Let me tell you, the UN report says in the world 54% of the people have shifted to cities in 2014. 54% of the rural people shifted to cities. But by 2050, this figure will increase to 64%. Then you can understand, the urbanization there, and that is important. Why? The reason is simple. In urban areas, in cities, where the facilities are there, the rural areas still they lack the facilities of road, highways, transport, telecommunication, drinking water supply, healthcare, education, all these things are there, which is not there, still in the rural areas. And let me tell you that young population, if you find in this area, is 0 to 14, is mostly in Africa. 90% of young population, 0 to 14 is Africa, and this will keep on, increasing. This is the latest, statistics which I have come across, and in India also, when we talk about the youth is concerned, why this organization is important today now? Because more and more youth are here, shifting from the rural area to this urban area, and that is to 14 to 54, the working age. I am talking about the working age, working people. The third part, which is digitization. This is very important. I think we are now facing another
a benefit of this digitalization, but as a challenge also, and challenging more on the infrastructure sector. See, the process of converting information to the digital format, this format, information organized in discrete unit and that data that can be separately, we disseminate and addressed. And nowadays, for any information, if you want to convey to anyone, you just go to the computer or go to the mobile. The mobile is one, the tool which is now, which in especially WhatsApp and Facebook and what not, and you are can send to any people, in a very short period of time. That's a revolution has been in this area. But at the same time, the role of HR, this is the main focus which I am coming to here, which is very important to understand. Really, I tell you, this is the area where we are facing a daunting task, a challenging task. Being a student of infrastructure management, I think you are there, you must understand that end of the day, when you will be in the organization, you are going to meet with the human resource, because no organization runs without human resource. But resource has to be converted to relation, because we always say human is not a resource but is a relation. Our chairman is very categorical of why you call resource. It's not a resource, it's a commodity. But let's make it a relation. But anyhow, it's an international phenomenon world. We cannot change it right now, but slowly it will change. But end of the day, the HR has to make a relationship with everyone. Now, what is the role as, is playing an important role in the developing organization's infrastructure. This is vital role they are playing, and competent human resource ensured. Now, this is where the most important area is to understand the competent, the person who has a skill, the trade, the qualities, ensure the best practices, and creates a competitive and positive environment, highly engaged workforce, and thereby helps developing infrastructure. See, the competent person will always, you will find the, do the best practices, in the organization, as well as you will always find you very competitive, the other will also enjoy. And third thing is a conducive and positive environment, which is very important in this area, in this sector, because what happened, the area where we work, especially is not very conducive. So if you don't create those type of positive thing environment there, then you will not get the people to work, and mostly people run away because of that. And finding a motivation and then to engage workforce is very important to boost up to give the facilities. And every activity HR performs is targeted towards the achievement of business mission, strategy and objectives. This is of course the one of the role HR plays in the organization and accomplishment of the objectives and strategy and missions. Now, what are the major roles just for you? Performance management is one area. Means I'm just confining is here to the HR area, the role which is in the infrastructure sector, and citing the example of my own company, a case study you can say, is basically we develop techniques to set smart goals. Here smart we talk about the smart, and smart is specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic and time bound goals, and so that the performance can be measured. And to take corrective action is a major role, because we have supervisor, we have a manager, we have engineer, and scattered different places. So measuring the performance is very important. Now this is where this role of digitalization is playing important role here. I'll come to that. Then reward and recognitions, recognizes effort to reinforce desired behaviors and business outcomes, because at the end of the day the people need motivation, they need reward, they need to be recognized, and the tool is being made. Appraisal systems are there, although, and different appraisal systems are there. And let me tell you, the different companies have different appraisal systems. Someone has 180 degrees, someone has 360 degrees, someone has 90 degrees, someone has balance scorecard. So different methods are there. But it's again challenging for us. It's again challenging. Work environment and culture, as I said, creating an atmosphere where diverse people can work respectfully. We always say, being a HR person, that
in fact, to the employees that work as a team, and that is respect each other. You cannot, give disrespect, or you cannot, just have a problem with the worker because a skilled worker. And let me tell you, a carpenter who is highly skilled carpenter is much better than the engineer, because he has got 20 years, 25, 30 years in that particular domain. And if you don't get the respect, if you don't, give him the proper, this respect to him, then you not get the work done from him. Because second thing is that, this you are an engineer and you have the supervisors. Why I am saying supervisor and foreman? Because they are the people in the construction side. They look after the workers. The workers, they work under the supervision of them. So one has to be very cautious in that area, especially the HR role has become very, interesting there to ensure that their, communication, the next part is very important, is good with them. There has to be no conflict. Even though when you work at same point, the difference of opinions do occur. Yes, opinions, but conflict should not be there. It should not be taken to heart. So the role of HR, like I go to side to side. Somehow I get a lot of, complaints and a lot of issues come up. Then I have to go and interact and intervene to them. That to, to the engineer, supervisor, foreman. Foreman is a technical person. He is basically under whom the gang of bartender or carpenter work. And ultimately the construction is being executed by the workers only. Otherwise, other engineers manage to supervise. So that environment, good environment is to be created, a positive environment is to be created. That's a great challenge for us. And the job satisfaction keeps morale of the employees very high through that environment. Sometimes, we do a lot of events also, so that, the environment becomes very happy, and, they're very, casual, so that they can enjoy. So that HR has to look after this. Third thing is the skill development. I was just this morning I was saying that, taking an academic degree nowadays will not serve the purpose. You have to have some skill certification with you apart from the academic degree. This time must come. And that is why the government of India is making a lot of skill development. This is what is reflecting in the our companies also, organizations also. We are not getting the right skilled people today in today's scenario. I am giving an example of the Dubai. We are recruiting. Every day we are recruiting the recruitment from Dubai. The Dubai we need a planning engineer, quantity surveyor. Like this, these are the, and the safety people. Safety then you have to have some negotiation. Now somebody, the person should have also done the, the course of a industrial safety management. Now the problem is that these kind of skills people are seldom get it. Now what is happening? In Dubai we are taking the people, engineers from Philippines. See the global point of perspective. We are taking it to Australia. We have taken one safety person from Australia to look after. In Reliance, we have taken from the planning engineer, from Bangladesh. Now, this has the situation has come. If our own people are not being skilled, if you don't, then we will be trouble. The people of the employment, getting employment will be very scared. And second part is the worker, the skilled worker. Because if the worker is not skilled, you will find the productivity will not be there and the quality will be destroyed. So their skill has to be defined, abilities, they provide platform to assess training, and what is we are doing it today. We assess the employees is the current basically desired skill and the current need and where the gap is coming in, and then we assess the training need and training is being provided. Now you can only basically cover up or overcome the skill problem by the training only, and this is one area mostly companies are doing it, and we provide innovative trainings. Now in this skill development, innovative training is not general training like supervisor. We have done a 45-day program of full time where we have taught them how to take up the quantities and how to read a construction drawing. These are the long things are there, but remember what happened? After giving this type of trainings, now these supervisors are just like act like engineers, and productivity has become high and the quality has improved, and with a safe condition, they are making ensure the wastages should not be there, because mostly what is happening aside, a lot of wastages happen, and wastages happen means the money is going. So skill development and the people placement, now putting the right person with the right skill, with the right education, with the right experience at the right job. People placement. HR has to play a vital role here. Again, it's a challenging task for him, for them to get the right person, and that's why we used to give orientation also the new employees, so that they can speedily quickly up. Now, giving example like management trainees when they come up, when they join an organization, what happens? They are good, they are very smart. But at the end of the day, there are certain skills, there are certain knowledge they are lacking, so they are being given training, orientation and induction training, then orientation training keep on giving for a year. And by the time where they pass 1 year, they are ready for the site, for the organization. This happens to basically for every industry. But those companies, those who took this type of initiative, they definitely get the benefit. Defines career success path, helps in tracking. Legal compliance is another part which HR faces a great task because statutory part. Now infrastructure, more than 54 labor laws are applicable. 54 labor laws. And it's very, and getting compliance of these things, it become a day-to-day routine affair, and it's very problematic. And in India, when you have to go for a legal compliance, I don't know to say what problems the people have to face, especially in the area of provident fund, contract labor issues, or there is one act is called BOCW Act. Not only this, when we go working abroad, like in Dubai, Saudi, Oman, you have to again, go to their laws, international laws, they have their own laws. So one has to understand that. Now for that also we get a challenge because nobody is aware. We have to hire the person who has worked for 7 years or 4 years, 3 years in Dubai, those countries, and well aware of the this legal aspects. So that is another challenging task in infrastructure sector. But we do it. Anyhow, we implement agile policies, procedural practices of compliance statutory, develops leader to become compliant. In fact, we do leadership program where the one part of statutory compliance actually labor law is being taught to the project in charges. That's because the project is done by the project in charge, who is a leader, and he must know everything. He must be good in the management skills, he must be good in financial skills, he must be knowing the strategy, HR skills, because all these things he has to be. And that is why the organization, the company like us, we tell them to undergo this leadership program. So now the systemization. This is one. Organization run with the system, not with the people. There are many organizations are there where no system is there. And that is why we face a lot of problem. The organization doesn't run properly, you find incur a huge loss, the productivity does not come, they don't have a profit, the attrition is very, very high of employees because there is no system. And let me tell you that to make a perfect system, that is why when this ISO has come, International Standards Organization, so that the organization can get accreditation from the ISO, and the organization can have a proper system. Because ISO says it is the company should have a system and the system should work. But most of the organizations in construction, let me tell you very frankly, that at very few companies, good players, the others they don't have a good system. And this is what the companies today are facing, the whole organizations is facing. And see, if your system, then you have a structure, you work in the process, we support the company's strategy, we drive efficient operation effectively, you will utilize resources very effectively and efficiently. And the human resource function will be tools, coaching, support, execute strategy, solving the department challenges, support, goal will be accomplished. If the system is there, provide system of continuous improvement to maintain quality as per the customer needs. Because see, what is the motto of our organization? Profit maximization is one. Second thing is that to make the customer happy, because to work as per the customer requirement and to make the customer satisfied. This is basically the goal of the organization. One is to profit maximize, another is to make the customer happy. And for this, you need to have a proper system, because if you don't have a system, then the organization will not function and you won't get the quality what you are looking for. And defining the clear job description, roles, responsibilities. Now, I don't know about the other sector, but in the infrastructure organization, especially in the construction sites and project sites, the job responsibility is very, very important to define. Many of the the people who are working in my work, they are overlapping. They both, the many employees are doing the same job. So because the people do not know what is the job, this is where the HR has to play a vital role, that each and every category of designation has their job description, and to be communicated to them. And we, as a company like me, we have made it. So I made sure that when any project site is started, so we send a job description, this manual to the site in charge, and making him mentioning that these are the roles or the responsibilities and duties of the categories of employees, so kindly communicate to them. If any discrepancy is there, so please let us know. And it has many times we have seen where it has not followed, the problem has occurred. So all these things are there, in systemization is very important, and HR has to face another strategic planner. HR is one of the key player in basically which plans the future of the company, especially vision and objectives, and to outline the mission to achieve those visions and objectives, by the various means. HR functions, other HR functions are there, which like retention. Attrition is very high in this sector. Let me tell you. Yesterday only I was just prepared attrition report from January to December, and I found that it was a 22% attrition is there. The 22% is very, very high, is in the industry. So, and it is only, I am talking about engineers, but as far as the worker is concerned, the attrition goes to around 60-70%, because the worker comes, today he comes, tomorrow he goes. And end of the day, we are the possibility of the laborers. That is a great challenge, and round the clock, we have to be on the toes. We have to convince, we have to basically go to the, even villages to villages, we send our people, go on, persuade people to come, we'll give them employment and facilities, so that they work. But the problem is that, as I said, the organization is more. The people, they seldom want to work at the construction site. This is the problem, because they want to see the career path. This was a long discussion which was held in the Ministry of Skill. Last week I was there. The secretary was asking how to induce, how to get attracted workers. I said, sir, one thing is that we don't have a career path of workers. Until we have a career path or some concrete strategy make it, they will not come, because people doesn't want to work at height now. नहीं सर हम height में नहीं जाएंगे. Now this is the part, is the problem which is facing today. And let me tell you one thing. Because of this, the engineers, diploma engineers, polytechnic engineers, graduate engineers are now have shown their interest to work at the site. They don't call it a worker, we call it assistants. To basically to cover up the gap which is on the workers are there. And it is started. Very soon we will find, if our engineers don't play the vital role here, the engineers, the people from the other countries will come up. Bangladesh is already on the radar. Already I have 300 engineers, they are ready to come in our organization to work as a carpenter, barbender and mason. Now this is an alarming thing which is coming up. So retention is another where we HR person face. Employee relations is another, because this is where you find a lot of conflicts are there, problems are there. So relationship maintenance, if you don't have a relationship, communication, teamwork, then the work cannot be accomplished. Grievances is there. Because a lot of grievances of the employees are there, that is another part, and the corrective actions we take it, termination in another, the compensation rewards, the benefit also is another part which we look after so that the person who has done a good job, to be motivated, must be rewarded, must be, recognized. This is one, this present, the area which I would like to focus on your attention, which has really basically a turnaround, has given a lot of benefits to the infrastructure companies, and that is the EHRM, Electronic Human Resource Management. How this, let's understand it. The EHRM is the way of implementing HR strategies, policies and practices in organizations through a conscious and directed support of web technology based standards. I am here today in UPS since yesterday. But my work is going on. Do you know how? Mobile is there. And in my mobile, so the software, it has installed. So I am working here. So that has given a lot of relief. When the mobile was not there, it was a great challenge for me. I was unable to do it. But now see, due to this EHRM, what are the things have come out and we are doing it. Mostly the HR person in infrastructure companies, how they are doing it. Now what they are doing is just see. You see that basically the recruitment, training, development, performance management, payroll, workforce management, everything is being done by through the EHRM, which reduce the cost and time of many HR activities. Now it has cut down, I can assure you, 50% of time has been cut down. And drastically the cost has come down, which I will show you. More information readily available for decision making. Earlier we used to think, then we have to go for survey, then we have to discuss, but now the things have gone. Then automated, now all the administrative activities we used to do manually. And the software, but now everything, now good softwares are there, now through that, all the activities we are making in one package, we are making one software, and you get all the information, any information, like we have made in our organization, in my own department. If anyone wants to see what is the employee personal detail, he will get it, and skill set, he will get it, everything, or what training he has taken in the last year, how much leave he has consumed, everything, he is going to get it. This is not the plus point of that. The objective of each year is to offer an adequate, comprehensive, ongoing information system, people at jobs at reasonable cost, to provide support of future planning of policy formulation, to automate employer-related information, this is what I said, to facilitate monitoring of human resource demand and supply imbalances. Is a huge gap is there, at least, this facilitate, monitor how much the people will do. We as human resource, HR people will do HR planning, demand forecasting. How many people are required in the next 6 months? And how many people we foresee the attrition will be there? We do it. We every quarterly I do it with my team. And we come out, this is what is required. And this is now, through this technology, is really giving a lot of help. And to offer data security, personal privacy. Now that is the functions of HR, e-employee profile. Now because of that, you have an update personal data which gives higher accuracy data quality planning purpose. Software is there. And in fact, in a mobile also, there is one tablet we are going to get it that very soon the company will provide to each and every HR person in the site that will get all these facilities in that tablet. If you are working on that. E-recruitment selection. Now e-recruitment selection, that is your internet job posts. Then you have a resume database applicant. I know that I have taken much of time, but let me share you. This online testing assessment, through online the recruitment is done. We give, send the password and everything, and he does it, and then the report comes to us. This is becoming very easier. Performance management system, let me tell you, there is a software like workforce performance suite system and talent management software, where the performance of the employee is being monitored. That is to directly send to the HR. Not necessarily you have to send to the first, to the head office or somewhere. Directly you come to the HR concerned person. Earlier it was not there. So it reduces paperwork. Because of this, no paperwork is there, it decreases time and cost. E-communication, now you have newsletter and other modes of, say to disseminate and to, contact with the employees, and if you want to convey the messages and information. We have e-compensation, all companies like salaries are there now coming to account, and you can get a password, you can view your salary structure in the online, then other benefits also you can view whether how much of facilities you have viewed or not. So all we have made it e-training and e-learning. This is the best part we are doing it. I am conducted a lot, for the last 10 years, 10,000 employees we have trained it. And let me tell you, the most of the employees nowadays in the last couple of years we are going through e-learning. We have made some CDs, videos. In fact, we have made certain basically of your web-based computer-based learning program on video conferencing. It's through Skype. So all this technology we are using to save the time, because one person is like in the Gujarat and I am in Delhi. So we give training from here to the at least for 20 to 30 people. It's happening. So this is what. So finally, the conclusion, just for you, this is all I said is fine. But this is basically the advent of this EHRM has totally changed the concept of HR and introduced a new platform for human resource professionals to work efficiently and effectively with lesser work. And I think it's a great evolution. So these three areas, I will say one thing, that digitalization is nothing right now, is just 2% of India. But just see, in the next coming 1 decade, you will find a great change. Thank you very much. Any questions you have? Because I got a time. I can understand the next speaker is waiting for. Yeah.
So the students here are from the domain specific area, and they also have HR as a specialization paper. I could see that you covered the entire syllabus. So my question to you is that as line managers, what is one thing that you would like to tell these students to become an effective manager? Because you're from the HR function and they're going to be line managers, so how is this coordination, how does that coordination work, and what is your suggestion to them to work in an organization?
I will just finish one word. That today also I was interacting with the students. I said, if you really wanted to become get a success, let me put it in this word, naturally a good manager, or then please keep on doing perseverance. Perseverance plus patience is equal to success. You will become a good manager. Perseverance plus patience. Put your best effort. You keep on effort with your sincerity. Seriously, take interest in initiative and have patience. The problem is that we don't have patience, and it is the key of success. Then we will become a good manager. I will not say, be a good leader. That's the always become a good leader. Because if you become a leader, automatically everything comes into that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and for such a positive learning regarding the role of HR in infrastructure development in globalization, urbanization, and digitization era. Now, may I request a distinguished senior professor of logistics and supply chain management, Dr. Labras Chakru, to present our guest with the memento. May I have a round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. Proceeding with the conference further and to our next distinguished speaker, I would like to speak a few words about Ms. Mr. Ramesh Karunakaran. Mr. Ramesh Karunakaran is a seasoned financial professional with over 15 years of experience in debt and equity markets. He joined CRISIL in 2004, currently a director in Criteria and Product Development Division in CRISIL Ratings. His role involves developing criteria for rating bonds and debt in various sectors, including renewable sector. He has been a part of the CRISIL rating team since 2007, working on several of CRISIL's large corporates in sectors including auto ancillaries, telecom, metals, and media. Prior to joining CRISIL Ratings, Mr. Ramesh was part of CRISIL's outsourcing division and was handling assignments of investment banks based out of Europe. Before CRISIL, he has worked in Arthur Andersen and Ernst & Young. Mr. Ramesh has a BE in Mechanical Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Trichy, and an MBA from Bharatidasan Institute of Management, Trichy. He is also a chartered finance analyst. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to help me in welcoming Mr. Karunakaran on stage.
So how do I? Forward. So I'll be having some links. So just tell you press the link. You can start. So,
Thank you for the kind introduction. At the outset, I'm thankful to Mr. Anirban Sengupta for giving me this opportunity. Before I would go ahead, just give you a brief introduction of CRISIL. CRISIL is a rating agency, so we rate the company's ability to repay the debt on a timely way. So we rate currently around 13,000 companies, and part of this is a portfolio of renewable companies. We rate around 100 renewable companies, both in solar as well as wind. So I have worked on developing the criteria for rating the solar and wind companies. So this presentation is more from a perspective of the lender, whether the lender will get the funds on time, whatever he is lending to the project of a solar or a wind company, whether you will be getting it on time. So what are the risks that a project in solar or wind energy faces? And the question is, if you will be able to get the funds on time. So that is what the context in which I will be delivering the speech. And also, what are the risk mitigation strategies that are adopted by the projects when they structure the project. So that is the second most important point when you approach any of these projects. So that is what the brief context about my speech is. So moving over to the next slide. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. The key messages are, the renewable sector requires around 7.5 lakh crores of funding. So the government is planning to achieve a target of around 160 gigawatt. That is, solar is 100 gigawatt and wind is around 60 gigawatt. So the amount of funding that is required for this kind of growth is around 7.5 lakh crore. To just give you a perspective of this is around 10% of the market capitalization of BSE listed companies, or 10% of the total banking assets. This is a substantial amount of money. Typically, wind or solar projects are funded with 70% debt and 30% equity. And if the debt holders are not paid the funding, paid back the money on time without any delay, then that kind of funding will be very difficult to attract from the banks. Banks will stop lending. That's what is happening today in the power sector. So if this is the context, what are the risks in the renewable sector? So some of the risks are, resource variation. The amount of cash that is going to be generated by a wind company is not going to be the same the next year. So is the solar same is in the solar projects. There are payment delays from the discoms. So, and also there are technology and equipment quality risks. So these are the risks. How will the project developer meet the debt in a timely way? What are the things that he should do to mitigate those risks? Apart from that, what is happening is there are some strong positive things that are happening in the sector. There are focused risk managements evolving. This is because the management of all these companies have evolved
there is strong professionalism in the management, and it is just not that these are backed by strong corporates. It is the project itself has a very good management. So these are some strong things that have good things that have been developing in the sector. And I will also touch upon this material. I'll come back to and conclude the key messages. So moving on to the next slide. Okay. As I told you, the renewable sector is in a cusp of transformation. What is happening in the last 5 years? I'll just take you through. There are a lot of things that are happening. One is the scale that has improved, and there are a lot of focus that has come into the sector. And because of this, the risk mitigants have improved a lot. So that is the crux. I'll take you through each of these steps. As I told you, the renewable sector is on a very strong growth trajectory, and you can see that the left-hand side is the growth in wind energy capacity. Right-hand side is the trend in solar energy capacities. You can see that every year there is around 2 gigawatts of wind energy capacity that was added, and in solar also every year we are reaching almost 2 gigawatts. But it should be one thing in clear, without the government support. So the government is supporting in a lot of ways. They provide generation-based incentives of around 50 paisa per unit. There is accelerated depreciation benefit in wind, where in the first year 80% of the capex can be set off against in the form of depreciation, and thereby you get a tax benefit. The government procures the power from the wind companies in the form of preferential tariff. So preferential tariff means a pre-agreed rate, which is a very favorable rate. So all these benefits have been given. In addition to that, so you can see that in 2012-13, there was an expiry of accelerated depreciation and generation-based incentive. Immediately the capacity dropped. You can see that here. So once the restoration of GBI and restoration of AD, and it is back to the same level. Same is the case of solar energy capacity. There is a reverse bidding, and the government is doling out in the form of reverse bidding. There is a competitive bidding, but still there is a kind of a feed-in tariff there as well. Here also all the policies are from National Solar Mission or through state policies. So the government support is extremely critical for the renewable sector. Without it, we cannot go ahead. I'll touch upon why that kind of a support is required. In the previous sessions also the same topic was touched upon, that renewable sector needs a very strong government support, and still coal will continue to remain a major flavor of the market. So this is a sectoral, the sector is undergoing a structural transformation. The first thing is tariff approaching a grid parity. Can you please click on the link, tariff approaching grid parity? So this is a graph where you can see the tariff levels of, the wind and solar being compared with the short-term average price. So here you can see that there is a big gap here between wind tariffs and the conventional tariff, which is a short-term average price. Click on the first link. Yeah, that's it. So there is a big gap. You can see that the solar tariff is also coming down steeply from around 8 rupees per unit to currently at around less than 6 rupees, and it has fallen down to even 4.36. But even then there is a big gap here. So this gap is bridged through various government support, which is preferential tariff or generation-based incentive or accelerated-based depreciation. All these things are the kind of support the government is giving. Without that support, renewable sector cannot survive on its own. So that's one key message that I want to give you. So the tariff approaching grid parity is in a way a good thing, because the steep fall in tariff is good for the consumers. So that is kind of triggering a lot of capacity addition. Now, the key question here is, falling tariff is good for the consumers, but is it good for the investors? For the investors, you always need a higher returns. Higher returns comes for a higher tariff. So when something needs to be successful, when a sector needs to be very successful, you need to have a right kind of equilibrium both the investors should be happy and at the same time the consumers should also be happy. So you need a kind of a sweet spot. We need to see whether we have reached that kind of sweet spot in the renewable sector. Can you please take returns? So what I've tried to do is, in the left-hand side, I've put the wind projects where the bottom side you have the investor's perspective. Typically, a wind investor requires around 15% IRR in any project. I mean, for him to be really happy about it, putting money in the project. On the y-axis, you have the customer's perspective. That is, when we buy tariff, we electricity, we want it to be at the lowest price. So there you have the y-axis, you have the customer's perspective. I have cluttered all the preferential tariff of all the states here. You can see that Tamil Nadu, which has the best of the wind resources, offers the lowest tariff because there are plenty of wind assets there, and so I mean it is not a very favorable market. So investors are not going there, or neither in Gujarat. So the major markets where the wind projects are coming are Karnataka, AP, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. I mean, because they offer a 15% kind of return. But even then, it is above the 4.5 or even, I mean, the 4 rupees to 4.5 rupees zone. I mean, still it is not in a very favorable zone. So that's why, I mean, still it is not yet in a sweet spot. You look at the solar project, that is the most interesting thing that's happening. I mean, it was an investor's darling when the National Solar Mission was started because it came at around 12 rupees per unit. So you can see here, that was the project. I mean, it was coming at a return of around 15%, I mean, 18 to 19%. What happened was, a lot of companies started bidding and it became an extremely competitive environment, and you can see where the tariff rates have come now. I mean, it is now at 4.63 and 4.36. Now people are questioning whether the investors can make money. Now what's happening is, there are two schools of thought. One school is saying that, I mean, there are big economies of scale because there are 500 megawatts of project. Earlier there was only 15 megawatts project that came in. Now it's 500 megawatt project. And the cost of funding, all these companies that have bid are going to tap overseas money, which is going to come at an interest cost of around 3 to 4%. And what is the NTPC saying that we are giving a lot of project management expertise, that is we are creating all the amenities that are required for the project. So what they are saying is, because of this, these projects can still make some kind of an IRR. The other school of thought is, because they have bid very competitively, and in order to meet the pricing targets, they are going to put a lot of low quality assets. So this can work fine for the first 5 years, 6 years, or 7 years, but after 7 years or 8 years, that could be a steep deterioration in performance. And after the 10th year, I mean, it may not work at all. So think about this, I mean, 100 gigawatts of asset coming across, and it is not working as per expectation, that are dead assets in the ground. So that's a big risk. I mean, nobody knows, today nobody knows what's going to happen if this kind of, bidding is going to happen. So bidding at a very low cost is not actually always good. We saw this in the coal bidding also. I mean, we went very competitive, but finally what happened was, I mean, we were not making the required money. The same thing happened in telecom bidding also. They were bidding for spectrum at a very high cost. Today they are making losses. So what's happening is, we don't know really what is going to happen. So what I'm trying to convey is, just because the tariff levels are falling, that is not always good. I mean, we have to see for the long term. I mean, that's what the previous session was saying. The 4.36 is it's a phenomenal transformation is what they were saying, but you also need to see what is the quality of the assets that are coming on the ground. I'll touch upon the quality of assets later, because that's a key risk that is emerging in the sector. So that is healthy returns, but the healthy returns are a little bit getting affected now. That is turning out to be a big risk now. Can you just click on the... So I was telling you, the model is getting scalable. So earlier what we were seeing was 15 megawatts, 20 megawatts. That is becoming 500 megawatts to 1000 megawatts. What investors want is big profits, big cash flows, and big scale of projects. That's what investors like, especially private equity. So when that kind of scalability is achieved, this sector started attracting a lot of money to the sector. So for example, Goldman Sachs has put in a lot of money. One of the companies called Continuum, which is, I'm not putting it here probably. Goldman Sachs has put in, or JP Morgan, which has put in 381 crores. Then Morgan Stanley has put in 1,200 crores. Goldman Sachs also put in a company called Renew. And the total equity commitment that has come into this sector is around 12,000 crores. And capacity chasing is around 5,000 crores. This is only in the wind sector. I mean, what happens when you have this kind of money coming in? What happens is that the private equities install a lot of global best practices. They bring in professionalism, and there are a lot of good risk management practices. So that is transforming the industry as a whole. So for example, 10 years back, you will see some 15 megawatts or 10 megawatts done by the big corporates like Tatas or Birlas and in their campus. That's not the situation. The situation is that these are individual companies having a big scale. So tomorrow you will be seeing something like a 3,000 megawatt power company coming for an IPO, only with renewable energy. So that is what the transformation that is happening in the sector. Yeah, it's very good, sir. I mean, we have interacted with them. They are very professional. Yeah, most of them are, for example, Renew. Renew's Sumant Sinha, who is son of, so I mean, the ex-finance minister. So he's pretty good. I mean, we have interacted with them. So, for example, I have interacted with Lee Green. So this is, I mean, Narayan Karthikeyan. So I mean, his family, the PSG family. So they are, I mean, they are pretty much well. I mean, they are focused only in this sector. It's not that they have other business, and this is just an investment made from the other business. They are purely focusing on this sector. So when they are focusing on this sector alone, that brings out a lot of risk management strategies, and they do it very proactively. I mean, they are not kind of reactive. They just put it, and this any shortage cash is managed from the main business. No, it's not like that. That project has to manage the debt paying ability from its own cash flows. In the last 5 years. Yes. So that is the transformation. I mean, big corporates. They are also putting. I'm not saying, for example, Tata's, under Tata Power Solar, they have projects. Mahindra also they have projects. They do put projects. But I mean, this kind of money coming in. I mean, the equity commitment becomes more important. So that's what becomes extremely. I mean, the returns are good. And the scalability. I mean, the only issue is now how do you grow? The growth is a little bit of an issue. So I mean, utility companies, you get a steady cash flows. The ability to leap and grow is not significantly high. So that's one challenge. So you'll be growing at around 10 to 12%. But you have to bring in fresh equity. I mean, the plowing of equity is extremely important. I mean, so that's what my message is. There is a strong professional management with very good focus on operations. And just go back. The previous slide. Just click on that. Yeah, the lending therefore is shifting from a sponsor support to project centric. I mean, as I was telling you, I mean, there could be a Tata group or the Birla group. I mean, setting up solar companies. But what happens is when something goes wrong, the cash flow from the main company can come and support. But in these kind of projects, if something goes wrong, it goes into a default. There is no support that is going to come. So this is a very project-centric approach. And there's a project-centric approach. There's a very strong focus on risk management. So you can see that there is a limited no recourse to the sponsor or a moderate recourse to the sponsor. I mean, there is a strong focus on the data collection and risk management. I'll give you an example. For example, one of the companies that we're working with has having a headquarters in Coimbatore. But they were having the wind assets all over the country. But the entire data collection was there in their desktop. And they would know what kind of how much power is generated, is there any kind of a theft involved, and everything they had in their fingertips. So that is the level of data collection that they have. The risk management strategy, because you cannot go to your parent to ask for money. You have to manage your things on your own. So there's a very strong risk management strategies that have been adopted. There is active management of receivables, so if the discounts don't pay on time, they go and engage with the government and then say, please give me. But if you're dependent on your parent, you say, okay, they're not, there's sugar company which is putting a small 10 megawatt power project in their campus. And if the discoms are not paying on time, they will say, get it from my main business and pay them. We can get it from them later. That's not the situation. So they go and engage with the government and push them very hard to make the payment on time. So that's what is an active management. So in a nutshell, what is happening was earlier it was a passive and a very reactive kind of management that is moved to a very proactive and a very long-term focus kind of management. So that's the crux that's happening in the industry. I mean, the changes, the structural changes are very good for the sector that has happened. But the crux is, I mean, even now the government support is very critical, while the management style has changed a lot. Go. So now, what are the key risks? A project faces compared to a renewable company like power, wind or a solar company faces with respect compared to other kind of projects. So that is what we'll be looking at now. Next slide, please. So the major thing is that the resource is wind or solar radiation. These resources are not constant. They keep varying year on year. That is the cash flows that are going to be generated in 1 year is going to be completely different from the cash flows that will be generated the next year. So that's going to happen. But suppose you get a house with a debt, you have to pay the interest and the principal every month. But when your cash flows are going to vary significantly, how are you going to deal with it? So that is a big risk for a wind energy company. I mean, earlier days what happened was because you had a strong sponsor, even there was a big resource variation. I mean, you always had a parent and you just took money from your parent company and paid the debt holders. But now you have to manage it on your own. So you have to have a proper structuring of the project. So for example, typically the wind PLF is around 24 to 27%. But some years it can go as high as 30%, but in other years it can go to even 21% when your cash flows can fall significantly down. The same is the case in, this is intra-annual variation. Even within a year, there is significant variation. So you can see that 60% of cash is generated in just 4 months. So you have to manage your debt repayment in the remaining months. So the same is the case in solar, but the only advantage here is that standard deviation of solar companies, solar projects are very less, just 2 to 3%, because at least in India it is very low. And also the solar power variation within a year is also very low. You get 55% of cash in 6 months. It is fairly uniform except for during the time of monsoon or during the time of winter. Otherwise it's fairly kind of a uniform kind of a cash flows you get. But still there are some kind of variations. So how do you structure a project? Factoring in these kind of variations is a key question when you approach a solar or a wind project. Can we move to the next slide? I mean, the next big risk is the counterparty payment risk. Solar or wind energy companies pay a discom. When you pay a discom, you supply to the discom. The discom is expected to pay the next month. But that doesn't happen in a country like India because the discoms, as you know, are loaded with 4 lakh crores of debt. When such a weak financial profile, they cannot make the payment on time. So you can see that a state like Tamil Nadu, they take even 12 months to make a payment. So if I supply electricity today to them, it takes 12 months to get back the money. And it's quite unlikely that I will be able to make the debt repayment, that kind of a delay. Same is the case, you can see that, same is the case in with AP or Rajasthan, they also have a very weak financial profile, that's why they delay by 6 to 9 months. Gujarat is one of the most progressive states, they pay within a month, maximum they take 3 months. So a lot of energy companies actually go to Gujarat because that's why you see that the first the solar projects came in Gujarat, which was the 900 megawatt. A lot of companies went there because you get an excellent return with just 1 to 3 months of delays. Then you have a captive model. Captive model is a very interesting thing, wherein an investor puts a project, supplies the electricity directly to the consumers. So because they supply directly to the consumers, they make, for example, in Tamil Nadu, you get the power at around 8 rupees or 9 rupees from the grid. So what happens? A lot of textile mills do not get the power also. I mean, the quality of power is very low. there are frequent power cuts. So what happens is that they tie up with some of the wind energy companies, which supply directly to these kind of textile units, or even it could be a hospital. What happens is that when they supply to these kind of consumers, you get the power, get the money in 0 to 1 month. So these are the kind of delays you get from the discom. So this is some risk that the renewable energy company has to manage. So how do you really manage these kind of risks? So first risk is the resource variation year on year, and the second risk is the intra-annual variation. Within a year there is variation. Then the third risk is the counterparty payment risk. How do you really structure your project, absorbing these kind of risks? I mean, many of you can even go to a bank for the initial years. When you structure a project, how do you really tackle these kind of issues? The first thing is the intra-annual variability. So, the wind resources actually follow a statistical pattern. So when you go to the statistical pattern, there's something called a P90 PLF or a P60 PLF or a P50 PLF. When you look at a P90 PLF, it means that the 90% of the time, the wind PLF will be above that level. So typically a P90 PLF for a wind company, say Tamil Nadu would be something like 20%. In Gujarat it would be something like a 20%, which means that normal circumstances you will always be getting something like 29 or 28, but majority of the time the probability that you will be getting it 9 out of 10 years will be very high if the PLF is at 22%. So you always structure a project approaching it with the P90 kind of a PLF. So for example, you can see here I have drawn a DSCR. DSCR is just a debt servicing coverage ratio. What it means is that if you are going to pay 110 crore of debt repayment in a year, if you get 11 crore, then your DSCR is 1.1. So if you are going to get you're going to pay 10 crores in a year, and if your cash flows of 15 crores, so 15 divided by 10 becomes 1.5. So what happens is that if you structure with the P50 PLF, your DSCR will be very healthy, but the probability that you will be reaching this kind of a DSCR is very low because your PLF is based on a P50 concept. So it is always worthy to design a wind project with a P90 PLF. This looks very simple concept. What happened was in the Indian context, many of the companies when they structured the projects when the wind company started, they did not structure with the P90 concept. They always went, okay, average PLF. That's what they said. Average PLF means P50 PLF. Then they witnessed a lot of steep failures. Then they started talking in the language of P90. So P90 is a concept which is ensure some kind of risk mitigation against the variation in natural resources. Moving on to the next slide, what are the other kind of mitigation? So then there is the intra-annual variability, that is resource variation that happens within a year, and then there is a payment delays from DISCOM. How do you really overcome that? Liquidity, the yellow ones are the liquidity, what is the liquidity? Liquidity is nothing, very complex. Say that you having some kind of a cash reserve to provide cushion against the variation in resources. There are different kinds of liquidities versus internal cash. So in some months I get a very low cash because the wind is very low or the solar radiation has been low. Then in those months I can really dip into my cash and pay off the debt holders. And the concept looks very simple, but what is the level of cash that you have to keep? Because the higher the cash you keep, it becomes very expensive because the returns of the to the investor is getting affected. So you always need to maintain the optimum level of cash that is commensurate with the risk, but also doesn't affect the returns of the investor. Then there is cash credit, which is kind of a bank line given by a bank, which serves to provide some kind of cushion. The quality is a little bit low in terms of the risk mitigation, but the cost also is coming low. Then there is a sponsor level cash, which means that there are several wind companies, but on the top you keep the cash. Any wind company that suffers, you provide the cash as an oxygen to provide some risk mitigation. Here also, the quality is low, same time the cost is low. Then there is a bank guarantee which can also kind of provide some kind of cushion. I can explain to you later if you want to understand what a bank guarantee is. Apart from this, there are other types of risk mitigation, which is a portfolio diversification. So what happens is that you combine a number of assets, and the cash flows from the number of assets are combined to serve a particular debt. What happens is that if for example, just giving an example is one asset is located in Maharashtra, the other asset is located in Tamil Nadu, and the cash flows from both the assets will go towards serving the debt. So that kind of gives you a lot of portfolio diversification, because the discoms are also going to be different, and the weather pattern is also going to be different. So that will provide a lot of diversification benefits. Then finally the debt calculation, the debt levels, the debt repayment also goes down. So this is a kind of a sophisticated tool, but I mean it works good, but you need a lot of studying to structure the debt in a particular way. So that's what the risk management strategies are that are adopted by the wind or solar energy companies. Uh,
Is there any company who has gone for both wind and solar?
yes, sir. I mean, a lot of companies have gone. So, for example, Hero Energy is there. So the Hero Group, they have gone into both solar and wind. Renew is one company which is going to solar and wind. Slowly, I mean, they are started looking at it. But solar is becoming very competitive. So I'm not sure how much of interest will be there going forward. And also the other aspect is the private equity. I mean, because of the dollar appreciation, so they're going to take the money out. Their returns are going to get affected significantly. So there also, I mean, we are seeing some kind of subdued interest. The interest is not as good as what it was earlier. So these are some negative, I mean, areas that we're getting into actually.
Banks have not got it.
Banks have funding. Banks have got good comfort in funding wind projects, but solar, they are learning the ropes now.
So the time when banks
Yeah, I never touched. I mean, they were always at a distance from wind projects. I mean, so what we did was in Crystal, when we developed our criteria, I mean, we put together all the parameters. We put the delays of a particular, so we took a particular project. We said it's going to come from, say, Tamil Nadu or Gujarat. The payment is going to come from, and we varied the resource, the interannual variations, as well as the intra-annual variations, and we did a Monte Carlo simulation. And so what happened was we created an asset, and we lived with the asset. What will happen over a period of 144 months, that is 12 years. That is a typical tenure of a debt. Then we saw, I mean, varied the level of liquidity or varied the level of tariff, and then saw how many defaults will be there. So you can see that one output of a simulation where you can see that there is a default in the 25th month, and there is a default in 121 month. So based on this, we did a lot of millions of simulation, and based on this, we came out with our criteria for what should be the level of liquidity, and what should be the level of tariff, and what is the level of variation, and what should be the rating. So you can see here, these are the three parameters here: counterparty payment risk, P90 PLF, and liquidity. This is a kind of, the risk mitigant. This is a risk mitigant, and this is a risk. And we fed in the solar and wind variations into a Monte Carlo simulation, and finally we came out with the various default probabilities to arrive at a final rating. So when companies come to rating for us, they come out to say that this is a DSCR, this is a level of liquidity, what is the level of risk. So when we say what is the level of risk, we say this is a rating. It could be, say, a triple B or A category rating based on our risk assessment. So that's the big picture. You can see that first is a project risk. Typically, solar or wind projects are very less risky compared to putting up a thermal power project because there are less of moving parts. Then there is a management risk. So I gave you a brief glimpse on the management risk that is evolving in this industry. A lot of focus that is coming in the management side on the renewable sector. Then the operational risk is what I covered. Then there is something called the technology risk and equipment quality risk. Wind companies do not have, such a kind of technology or equipment quality risk because the wind power plants are fairly well established, the technology is established, and a lot of track record. But it is not the same case in solar companies. I heard some questions coming in the morning regarding crystalline and thin film. So I'll just briefly touch upon, what are the kind of technologies. Can you click on this technology link? So, I mean, you can see that there are different kinds of technologies in solar. First is the monocrystalline. This is a fairly well-established technology. I mean, it was developed by NASA in 1940s. There are adequate track record on the ground. So basically, you have a one single grain in one solar cell. So because of that, there is a high concentration of energy generation. So typically, monocrystalline is deployed in rooftops. Then there is a polycrystalline, which means there are 2 or 3 crystals in one solar cell. The density is less, so the power generated is less, but the cost is also less. So this is the one that is typically used in utility scale power projects. So this is used in solar, rooftops. This is used in utility scale. Then there is something called a thin film technology, which is the CDT technology and CIGS. Uh, there are a lot of development in this thin film technology. This is nothing but your calculator, the thin film in your calculator. That is what the thin film technology is. There are a lot of developments happening. Each of the companies have their own process of developing this thin film. So this technology is not well established and proved, except for very few companies like First Solar, or it is could be Solar Frontier, which is well established and well accepted. But thin film from amorphous is not well established. There is not adequate data on the ground. So what you can see is 6 years the equipment could be working fine, but the 7th year there could be a steep drop in the ability of the panels to produce the power. So we don't have adequate data. So you cannot fund a solar project based on amorphous or concentrated PV crystalline or concentrated solar thermal power. So these are all not reliable. The most reliable are these kind of technologies. So in India, there was some question in the morning. Globally, the mix is like 90% crystalline and 10% thin film. India, it is slightly skewed 60-40. A main reason is this company First Solar, because it pushes a very low cost debt. I mean at 3%, and they push their debt from US Exim Bank, and that's how this came in. I mean this 60-40 happened. Otherwise, here also it would have been more like 80-20. So that's on technology risk. Next slide. Yeah. In addition to technologies, the other major risk in solar is, the supplier quality. Whereas in wind, the supplier quality is well established. I mean, even in wind, what happened during the 90s was, there were a lot of quality issues. So, when you approach a particular wind company, a wind equipment company, there was a lot of credibility issues, quality issues. But that is not now in wind companies, because they are fairly well established companies. They take complete ownership of all the parts they put in, but that is not the case in solar. The reason is, what happens is that the cell can be manufactured by, say for example, REC. Then a Canadian solar can put the module, and when they put the module, the cell will come from one company, the backsheet material will come from another company, the glass will be there, then you have to put the junction box. So there are various combinations. So for example, if you go to a Canadian solar, they'll have some 40 different combinations in 20 different price points. And because there is too much of pressure on pricing, they can compromise on the quality of the material. And then finally, an EPC company which is going to put all the cells, all the modules together, and they can also, compromise on quality. But this is not the case in the case of wind companies, because if you go to Suzlon, he's going to take the entire thing as his own. Is going to be the one single integrator. So that is a challenge that is coming in the case of solar, which is a big risk. People do not know how to assess the quality. It's a big risk that is evolving in the solar sector. So that's what I said, when 4.36 rupees per unit tariff is quoted on a particular solar project, you really don't know what is going to be the compromise on the quality. So that is a big issue. Can you go back? The first slide, please. The first slide. Next. Yeah. So the renewable sector, requires a very strong funding. Key risks in the renewable sector are intra-annual, payment delays from DISCOM, and the technology and equipment quality risk. There are strong focus emerging on the risks, on the risk mitigants. Things like P90, PLF, liquidity, debt sculpting, portfolio diversification are evolving. and but the cost and efficacy varies across the risk mitigants. And we have done a lot of simulation to study the efficacy of these risk mitigants. But I can tell you, the risks are continuously evolving. For example, in Tamil Nadu, there was not enough of evacuation infrastructure to evacuate the wind power, and really 2 billion units were wasted. That's a big risk. So the technology risk is there still in solar, and also the other risk, as I said, the quality of the panels, how is it going to be? So these are some of the emerging risks that we are seeing. Uh, but I feel that it still be a long way for the renewable energy to catch up and overcome all these risk mitigants to become popular. But what I thought was some of the research subjects that you can look at is, uh, for example, price was quality issues in solar. It's very secretive because a lot of these equipment companies, they do not, they have a confidentiality clause. So if something goes wrong, you cannot really go public on it. So if you can do a research on, price versus quality issues in solar companies, speak to a lot of global companies and get some data and publish a research paper, that should be quite good. And also, what are the failure issues that happen in big solar projects? So that is also a very important kind of a research material. There is not adequate research material on these kind of subjects. And also, what happens to the efficiency of solar or wind projects after 15 or 16 years, especially for wind? What happens after 15 or 16 years? A kind of a study should be helpful. These are some kind of research, papers that you can really work on. Should be quite helpful for the industry.
Tell me, when you have worked on the wind, all the calculations, is it same for offshore and onshore, or you have taken only onshore?
Only onshore, sir. Offshore, still, we just have some, I don't know, some small project running in south of in the South India, but we don't have big projects. Globally, I think only 10 gigawatts, I think, is the total size of offshore, but still in the exploratory stage. And it will take a long way because bringing the power from from the seas to the land, it's going to be a big challenge. And also maintenance is another big challenge in the case of offshore projects. Installation is also a third project, and cost is also, it's like rupees 10 crores per megawatt. So it's really expensive. But yeah, obviously the PLF is also very high, 40% PLF you get, but still is in the early stages. The government has drafted some policy on it, but I think it will take at least 2020 to see some kind of, events happening in that space. It's all onshore, sir. I'll be glad to take any questions if you have.
Very good afternoon, sir. My name is Suresh. I'm from MBA Power Management. First of all, we would like to thank you for sparing your time here. My query is, before getting to my query, sir, I would like to highlight one point. How to become a millionaire. Richard Branson, owner of Virgin, said that keep $1 billion in airlines and you'll become a millionaire. Is that going to happen for Stream Solar because of 4.3 rupees pricing? Can you put some light on that?
If I know the answer, at a different level. Nobody really knows on what basis these companies are really bidding. It's a big question mark. So that itself, heightens the risk levels in this industry. I really don't know the answer for that. What basis, what is the calculation that they're doing? The same thing happened, as in the previous sessions that were highlighting so much of euphoria that happened when the power sector opened up between 2005 and 2009. So many of them bid at a very, very low cost and then found out that whatever projections that were made in their Excel sheet did not pan out in the real life scenario. So I'm not sure. I don't have adequate data really to evaluate whether that is possible or is it a sane kind of a price. I'm really not. I'm not in a position to quote on that.
So in this condition, we can say that billionaires are going to become millionaires. If the data is relevant.
That's a risk. That's a risk, and we are also very closely watching. And I do not want to make any statement now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
What kind of ratings that that you are giving to this?
Sir, I mean, typically it should be triple B, sir. If you go to A category, it's not good for the equity investor. It's good for debt holders, but it's not equity. I mean, for the equity, it's not a good space for A category. Typically, a triple B is a good way to structure these kind of projects because the tariff is fixed, the risk levels are well managed. So, I mean, that is the adequate level of safety at which you get good equity returns. Most of them will be at a triple B level, except for some which are sponsored by the big corporates where you get some sponsor support.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, can you please put some more light on P90 PLF based DSCR?
So what happens is that if you go to take a wind project in Tamil Nadu, so typically the PLF will be 30%. This 30% PLF happens year on year. Okay, but there will be 1 year or 2 year where the PLF will drop to P90. I mean, will drop to say 21 or 22%. So when I calculate my cash flows, I will put 30 percentage of the, say this is a 100 megawatt plant, 100 megawatt into 30 percentage into 365 days into 24 hours, and then calculate the total number of units that will be developed, and each unit will be supplied at say 3 rupees or 4 rupees. So that will be the total cash flows, and that divided by the debt servicing. So I have to pay say 10 crores every year. So that divided by the 10 will be the DSCR. So I have calculated my DSCR based on a 30% PLF. But this 30% is going to be the P50 concept. Okay. In a statistics terms, it will be the case wherein 50% chance that you get this kind of a cash flow. But when I take a P90, which means that there is a 90% chance that I can get this PLF. That PLF will be not be 30%, it will be 21%. So 21% into, the what I said, 100 megawatt plant into 365 days into 24 into 4 rupees will be the cash flow. Now, which cash flow should I take? A P50 based cash flow or a P90 based cash flow? If you go and structure a project with a P50 based cash flow, you will get a very good DSCR, but the probability of that is going to be very low. So you should always structure with a P90 PLF. I can explain to you. You go to a normal curve and look at it, you will clearly understand what a P90 is. Yes.
Do they have any impact on the viability of this solar and
Absolutely, sir. So in 2008, you could have seen that the solar panel price were as high as 15. The capital cost was as high as like 15 crore to 17 crore per megawatt. Then what happened was the crash happened in the oil prices in 2008 after the Lehman crisis. Immediately the demand for solar panels came down drastically. If you ask, will it happen in the same thing in India? India it may not happen because the government is providing the support. As far as the government is going to provide the support, the industry will keep going. But in a way, it is actually good. The energy prices falling across the globe. What will happen is there will be a steep fall in the capital cost per megawatt of the solar projects, because the demand in other countries is more market-based demand for solar projects. So because the energy prices are falling down, the demand for solar projects will come down globally, and therefore the module demands, and therefore the price will fall down steeply, and this is good for India. But in India, as far as the government is providing support, I do not see a... No, sir, that will not have an impact. But I think you asked the right question. The question is, the Gujarat projects for solar were tied up at 12 rupees. Now it has come down to 4 rupees. Now the Gujarat government may be disincentivized. They will look at this price and then say, why should I pay 12 rupees? But those projects, when they were conceived at a very high capital cost. So this question came and the Gujarat government wanted to revise the rating, the tariff rates, and this became a big issue for rating as well. But then it went to a litigation, and the government said it is a contracted price. You cannot go back on it. And the government said, no, you should not revise the tariff rates. It should be only 12 rupees for that 900 megawatt which the Gujarat government gave in 2011-12. So this is a very contentious issue. So that's why if you look at our rating reports, we'll clearly say that any revision in tariff will be a key rating sensitivity factor. It's a very, very important risk, sir. And especially in the Indian context where, the law is really not very sacrosanct. They break the law. And the consequences are not so high. When it goes into litigation, it goes for 10 years. And so they keep breaking it. So that way the rating is very sensitive to the tariff rates. We are seeing a situation where the governments will not go back on it because it will become a kind of a reputational risk for these discoms, because they say that they want to promote renewable energy, and if they go back on that, it will become a big issue. Second thing, the whole, because of this kind of high tariff, is also very less, because these are like total is 3000 megawatt in solar, and this will be supplied at 20% PLF. It's not like a conventional power where you're supplying at 60% PLF, and on that you're going to supply it at 10 rupees. So it's a very small component. So we believe that it won't go back, but yes, that's a big risk. So far, our rating has not been affected because of that. This is a question nobody can answer. This is a big event risk. It may happen. It has happened in Italy and Spain. The government has gone back on the tariff rates. The committed tariff rates. This happened very recently, that 1 year back. That became a big risk. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable time and for sharing your knowledge regarding risk assessment and mitigation strategy for solar and wind energy projects. Now, may I request our Dean, COMES, Dr. Anirban Sen Gupta, to present our guest with a memento. Thank you, sir. Proceeding with the conference, and to our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Anupama Sen, I would request Sagar to speak a few words about Dr. Anupama Sen.
Thank you, Nalini. Dr. Anupama Sen joined the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies in October 2009. She leads the Institute research on the economics of energy in India. She holds a BA Honours in Economics from the University of Mumbai, an MSc in Economic Development from the London School of Economics, and a PhD from the University of Cambridge, where she was a Cambridge Nehru Scholar. Her areas of expertise include policy on pricing, taxation, and regulation of oil, gas, and electricity in India, with extensions to other developing economies. And she had carried out extensive field work in India in relation to her research. Her current work focuses on gas pricing, electricity market reforms, auctions for the allocation of energy resources in India, and the fiscal regime for exploration. She is the fellow of the Cambridge Commonwealth Society and a visiting fellow at Wolfson College, Cambridge. She is also a region head on the Asia Pacific desk at Oxford Analytica. She is the author of the book named Gas Pricing in India in Jonathan P. Stern, The Pricing of Internationally Traded Gas, Oxford University Press, 2012. It is our privilege to have a recorded session of Dr. Anupama Sen. She joined us last evening through video conferencing. I request the IT team to please play the video.
Good afternoon. Many thanks to the organizing committee of ICMI for inviting me to deliver this talk to you today. I am based at the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies in the UK, and we very closely follow developments in international energy markets, specifically on oil and gas. In today's talk, I would like to talk about some perspectives on what is happening in the oil market at present. As we know, what the developments in oil markets tend to filter through into other energy markets. So, for instance, movements in the oil price tend to filter through into movements in the gas price, as many gas supply contracts have their prices linked with the oil price. Similarly, changes in the oil price have implications for the competitiveness of alternative sources of energy, such as renewables. So, given that context, I would like to divide my talk today into two parts. In part 1, I would like to talk briefly about our perspective on recent oil market events, specifically the fall in 2014-15 in the oil price. And in this, at the Institute, we have been doing some work on the role of OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, which is the cartel, and specifically the role of Saudi Arabia, which is OPEC's dominant de facto player, and something, a trade-off which these countries, these oil-producing countries face between maximizing their revenues from the oil sales and maintaining their market share in the long term. In part 2 of the talk, I would like to offer some international perspectives from the point of view of an international observer on oil markets on India's oil demand and the numbers coming out of India on oil demand at the moment. I will then end with a few broad observations. So, beginning with part 1. Now, between 2011-2014, some very interesting developments took place in the oil market, which particularly fascinated international observers of the oil market, which is that the oil price remained within a very high but stable band. And in the graph on the left, you can see this band, where the oil price averages around $100 a barrel. Now, the reason this was interesting is because this very high but stable equilibrium of sorts was maintained despite the fact that there were several geopolitical disruptions in the Middle East and North African oil-producing countries, which took some supply out of the market. Despite this, the oil price remained stable within that narrow band. Now, why was this the case? In the graph on the right-hand side, you can see that this was the case because all the supply that was taken out of the market due to these geopolitical disruptions in the MENA region was offset by an increase in non-OPEC supply sources, and specifically in oil supply from North America, which we now have termed as the shale oil revolution. So due to this offset, the balance of the equilibrium of supply in the oil market was maintained. Now, as we know, in around mid-June 2014, a situation of oversupply developed in the oil market and the oil price began to fall. But what was interesting about this was up to September 2014, between mid-June and September 2014, the oil price was still trading within the range of $100 a barrel. So the initial decline was actually very moderate. Now, when the oil price began falling in June, immediately the world's attention turned towards OPEC and, as I mentioned, its de facto dominant leader, Saudi Arabia, and whether the organization would implement production cuts in order to stop the decline and stabilize the oil price. Saudi Arabia is very prominent and is crucial to OPEC's functioning because it's the only country in the world which has an official policy of maintaining spare capacity. Spare capacity is the ability for it to swiftly adjust its production upwards or downwards, and this gives it the status of swing producer in the world, which means that when the oil price is very high, it can increase output to moderate the increase, and when it's very low, it can curb output to increase the oil price or induce an increase in the oil price. So the oil price was very sort of stable around $100 up to September. And in November, OPEC had a meeting to decide upon whether to implement a production cut or not. At that meeting, they decided that they would not implement a production cut because they failed to achieve a consensus amongst the various oil-producing members of the organization on the amount of the cut, on the volume, and so forth. And what is interesting to note and can also be seen in the graph on the left is the day before the OPEC meeting, the price was still trading at around $100 a barrel. But immediately after the decision was announced, the oil price began its slide. And by the 1st of January 2015 or mid-January 2015, the price had fallen by around $30. So this basically shows you that the market reacts very quickly, not just to the OPEC cut itself, but also to the anticipation of the OPEC cut. OPEC production cuts are the quickest mechanism to feed through into oil market balances in this regard. And what happened was the failure to achieve a consensus over production cuts threw up a lot of questions around the cohesion of OPEC and around Saudi Arabia's oil output decisions and its unwillingness to make unilateral output cuts. A lot of questions were raised around whether OPEC is relevant anymore, whether the behavior of Saudi Arabia and OPEC has changed, and so forth. and this has led to new attempts to model OPEC and Saudi policy behavior. Here at the Institute, we recently published a paper which attempts to do just this and attempts to unpack some of the underlying oil market dynamics. Now, before we can actually look at what that model does, it's important to set out some context on Saudi Arabia. In its oil output decisions, Saudi Arabia faces a fundamental trade-off, which is between maximizing the revenues from its oil sales in order to meet a lot of domestic short-term policy objectives, and also maintaining its share in the market in the long term in the pursuit of numerous long-term policy objectives. And so in this slide on the left-hand side, I have listed some of these short and long-term objectives. So for instance, Saudi Arabia has a very high dependency on oil revenues for its public expenditure, which means that maximizing the revenues from its sale of oil has to be very high up on its list of priorities when it decides on what production level to maintain. A second objective is that it has a very massive oil reserve base with a reserve to production ratio of around 63 years. So the kingdom has to maintain a long-term market share in the market for oil in order to ensure that its oil is bought by other countries and continues to generate revenues. So a combination of this means it needs to maintain a foothold in both the crude oil market and the product oil market because it exports both crude oil as well as products such as gasoline, diesel, etc. At the same time, because Saudi Arabia has given very generous subsidies to its own citizens, domestic demand for oil has been rising exponentially within Saudi Arabia over the last few years, which means that its exports are also constrained by domestic demand. Next is the need to optimize its spare capacity. As I mentioned, Saudi Arabia invests in maintaining some spare capacity, and it's the only country in the world that is financially and policy-wise able to do so. But the spare capacity cannot be too high. If it is too high, that will put downward pressure on the oil price, and that will harm its revenues from oil. It cannot at the same time be too low, because then it will lose its ability to influence the oil price. And finally, as we know, there are lots of geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and North Africa region. And so the need to maintain political and internal stability is paramount to the ruling family of Saudi Arabia. So in the diagram on the right, I have just sort of divided these various factors into market share incentives and production constraints. One important thing to also mention is, of course, climate change policies. In the future, we cannot rule out the fact that countries, oil-consuming countries, will begin to implement oil substitution policies. And therefore, that means Saudi Arabia wants to be able to compete in a climate-constrained world. So it will have to compete for whatever little oil consumption there is with other oil-producing countries of the world. So given all this context, we have recently published a paper which attempts to set up a framework for analyzing Saudi Arabia's output decisions on oil. And we assume in this framework that Saudi Arabia aims to secure a target revenue, a target market share, and to optimize the size of its spare capacity. All these three targets are achieved through making changes to its production or changes to its output. And so this diagram shows the framework basically for analyzing Saudi Arabia's output decisions. I won't go through it in much detail, but basically what we find is we build 4 scenarios. And in those scenarios, we say whether the price and the output are lower than the target price and the target output. And depending on this, Saudi Arabia then looks at the benefits of adjusting the output against the gains from, say, the price going up or down, or the output going up or down. And if the net gain is beneficial, then it will act. If the net gain is not beneficial, then it will prefer not to increase or not to change its output at all. Now, just to put it in context, what happened in 2014-15, as I said, was US shale supply increased exponentially from 2011. So had Saudi Arabia implemented a production cut in order to stop the oil price decline, this would have been ineffective because US shale oil supply would have just come into the market to fill that gap. And so the policy of adjusting output would have been rendered completely ineffective. So in the framework, I have tried to highlight in red the scenario, which is scenario 3, to which this particular decision corresponds. And I'm happy to share these slides later on with anyone who is interested in looking at it some more. Now, what is important to note is, given this trade-off between maximizing revenues and maintaining market share, and all the features of the Saudi economy, and an important new element of uncertainty has been injected by the rise of U.S. shale. And this has made the calculus of the dynamics of the trade-off much more uncertain. This is because we do not yet know how U.S. shale oil supply will respond to changes in the price brought about, say, by production cuts within OPEC and Saudi Arabia. So we do not yet know the elasticity of the U.S. shale supply curve. And this is because the economics of shale is very different from the economics of deepwater oil production elsewhere. In this slide on the left-hand side, I've listed some of the unique characteristics of shale economics. I won't go through them in detail, but it's important to note that shale economics is well-by-well economics. It not only depends on the physical features of the well, but it also depends on other things such as the availability of credit, the willingness of U.S. companies to turn over credit, the fact that shale wells become depleted very quickly, and so investment has to be injected very rapidly in order to maintain production. So given all of these features, we think that U.S. shale oil supply may be in the middle of the supply curve or towards the end of the supply curve, but we do not have enough information yet to determine the response of U.S. shale to changes in the oil price. So in the table on the right-hand side, we have just listed some possibilities for the elasticity of the U.S. shale supply curve. It might be relatively elastic, in which a proportionate change in shale oil supply is higher than the proportionate change in oil prices, which means that if Saudi Arabia does cut output to stabilize the oil price, this won't influence the oil price, as the cut will simply be substituted by other U.S. shale oil producers. So there are several different scenarios, and in our publication we have made the use of game theory to find the dominant strategy for Saudi Arabia in these various scenarios. Again, I'm happy to share this paper with anyone who is interested afterwards. This takes me to the second part of my talk. Given all of this context on what is happening in the oil market, what are the international perspectives on India's role as a major oil-consuming country in the oil market? Actually, international oil observers have tended to be quite optimistic on it, and this is because in 2015, India actually emerged as the main driver of world oil demand growth. Oil demand growth in India was about 0.5 million barrels per day. And this actually dethroned China, which up to last year was the main driver of oil demand growth. China's oil demand growth fell to 0.3 million barrels a day, and this is of course because the Chinese economy is slowing down and so forth. So in the graph on the left, this shows you the oil consumption by the world's top 4 oil-consuming countries between 2000 and 2014 in thousands of barrels per day. And this shows you that India is on course to overtake Japan as the world's second largest oil consumer. Of course, China is far ahead at the moment, but India is very clearly on the rise. You can see in the graph on the right-hand side that in terms of oil demand growth in China, in terms of year-on-year changes in China and India, India has already overtaken China, while Chinese oil consumption actually contracted in the last few months of 2015. India's oil consumption changes actually rose and have been consistently on the rise. Now, in addition, some of this rise in consumption is of course due to low oil prices. But we also think that there are 3 policy-driven drivers that could see India's oil demand beginning to resemble China's oil demand prior to China's economic boom around 10 years ago. Firstly, of course, because of the low oil price, there is a rise in per capita oil consumption because a lot of consumers who could not previously consume oil due to its affordability are now able to consume oil. And this is becoming particularly visible in the transportation sector and the motorization of the Indian economy, which I will talk about a little in the next slide. Secondly, the Indian government's target of increasing the manufacturing share of GDP to 25% by early next decade from around 15 or 17% at present is also likely to lead to higher oil consumption in manufacturing. And third, the program of infrastructure construction in terms of constructing roads and highways amounting to around 30 kilometers a day is also likely to support oil demand growth, particularly in the transportation sector. And in the next few slides, I will just give you some evidence on these 3 points. So as you can see in the slide on the left, this shows you India's per capita oil consumption, which is the lowest amongst other developed and developing countries. The fall in the oil price has led to an increase in per capita oil consumption. So in the graph on the right, you can see the oil price, which is plotted on the right axis, and the decline in the oil price. And you can see how growth in oil demand has responded to that low oil price. It is plotted on the left axis. And you can see, for instance, in October 2015, oil demand growth reached 0.6 million barrels per day, which is one of the record highs of oil consumption in India. Compared to an average growth of around 0.1 to 0.15 million barrels a day over the last 10 years, this is really exceptional growth in terms, we have never seen these sorts of numbers basically coming out of India. I also mentioned that this higher oil consumption is very visible in the transportation sector, and particularly one widely accepted measure or metric for measuring this trend is motorization in terms of car ownership in million units and car ownership per 1,000 people. And in this slide, I have plotted India's car ownership growth and China's car ownership growth. And what is clearly visible is that India's car ownership growth levels right now resemble what China's car ownership levels were in the early to mid 2000s before this economic boom occurred in China. So we can see that, or we can basically conclude, at least anecdotally, that India's car ownership levels are at what China's car ownership levels, and India's motorization trend resembles China's motorization trend around 10 years ago. Basically, the underlying argument is that as economies and incomes grow, larger proportions of their populations become vehicle owners, contributing to the motorization of the economy. So the relationship between the growth of vehicle ownership and per capita income is highly non-linear. And various studies have postulated that vehicle ownership grows relatively slower at the lowest levels of per capita income, then about twice as fast at the middle income level, which is $4,000 to $10,000 per capita, and then about as fast at high income levels before reaching saturation at the very highest levels of income around $30,000. If you look at purchasing power parity, India's per capita income has now fallen in that middle income level, and so we can expect to see this trend in India. As I mentioned, the other two drivers of India's oil consumption are infrastructure and oil consumption in manufacturing. So in the graph on the left, I have plotted the growth in the goods vehicles fleet on the left axis, and the growth in the length of highways on the right axis. And you can see that the curve for the growth in goods vehicles fleet is much steeper than the curve in the growth of highways. And basically this means that we are likely to see an expansion of the goods vehicles fleet. It has already outstripped the amount of road infrastructure available. In the graph on the right, we have basically taken India's target to increase manufacturing share of GDP to 25% by early next decade, and we've taken past historical data on oil consumption and manufacturing and constructed a conservative linear estimate for oil consumption in manufacturing to the year 2022 or so. And as you can see, it is a gradually rising curve, and we can say that at the very minimum, oil consumption will increase by at least a third of the levels at which it is now. It could, of course, be much higher. It could be exponential, depending on how policies are implemented and how manufacturing and industry respond to those policies. So, given those two sort of parts of my talk and the perspective on what is happening in the international oil market, as well as oil market observers' perspective, which is happening on what is happening in India, what are the broad concluding thoughts or takeaways that we can get from this talk? Firstly, the dynamics of the oil market have become much more volatile. As I mentioned, we do not know the elasticity of the US shale supply curve, although we are getting more information every day, and so soon it should become clearer. But this means that in the future going forward, if OPEC cuts are not sufficient to balance the oil market or stabilize the oil price, we could see sharper adjustments within shorter time periods of the oil price. So the advent of US shale has changed the mechanics of oil market adjustments. And what we are seeing right now is not just cyclical, but there are also structural elements visible in that trend. At the same time, what we are seeing is that India's oil demand has experienced a massive surge in 2015, displacing China as the driver of world oil demand. And as I have said, low prices alongside policy-driven longer-term energy policy goals and energy mix, particularly in transportation and manufacturing. So this is an opportune time for India to fully and comprehensively review and develop its long-term energy policy and give a thought to the role of oil in energy markets and particularly in transportation. Thank you very much for your attention. With that, I end my talk.
With that, we're at the end of the day. Today was really a fruitful day. I would like to thank all the dignitaries for their valuable time and for their profound knowledge which they shared. It will be a pleasure to have you all at the second day of conference, that is on 5th of February, for more knowledgeable speeches. Now, may I request one and all present here to proceed for high tea. The high tea is arranged outside the auditorium building. Thank you. Hospitality team, kindly escort our dignitaries towards the high tea.